considering the United States as a sort of accomplice to the strikes that are being conducted now on an hourly basis on Iranian territories. Now, as I told you earlier, and I repeat, escalation is the name of the game that we see on the ground, but how future could unfurl, the next moves from Iranian side and the next moves from the Israeli side, they are all vague. And now, according to the statements that we hear from both sides, they are both talking about further attacks, more attacks, crushing answers, responses is stronger compared to past time. And these are not good signs, showing the possibility of further escalation. And it was the US President Donald Trump last night coming out to say that we are asking Tehran residents to evacuate the city. But we have to keep in mind, we're talking about more than 10 millions of people living in the capital and in Tehran province, which includes other cities, including Paktash, Ray, and other cities. We have around 14 million people living. So it's just not, it doesn't make sense, at least to me, to say that we are going to evacuate the entire city. We know that a number of people have already evacuated the city. So the traffic when we move out and we see on the streets compared to the ordinary times, the normal times, is obviously less than the normal level of traffic that we expect. That shows that at least a considerable number of Iranian Tehran residents have decided to leave the city. But still, it goes without saying that there are people, and a lot of people, who have decided to stay here in the capital and to follow the developments to see what takes place.
Tawhid Asadi there reporting for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you, Tawhid. Israeli forces have killed more than 70 Palestinians across Gaza since early morning on Tuesday. More than 50 of them were killed in Khan Yunis while waiting for food. Gaza's health ministry says Israeli tanks opened fire on crowds of people waiting for aid trucks to arrive in the south of the Strip. At least 200 Palestinians are also reported to have been wounded. The injured and the dead were taken to Al Nasser Hospital, which has been overwhelmed in its efforts to treat the wounded.
Tens of thousands of civilians were gathered in the large square, waiting for aid. All of a sudden, 2 Israeli bombs were dropped in the middle of the crowds. Dozens of civilians, including children, were killed. More than 200 innocent civilians were blown apart. Body parts were scattered all over the place. The number of victims is way more than those brought to the hospital. No one could reach them to provide help.
Well, Hani Mahmoud joins us now from Gaza City. Hani, tell us what happened. They opened fire with tanks?
Absolutely. It was more than just opening fire from the tanks. It was a combination of the heavy artillery, the heavy machine guns, and a drone strikes that rained down. As one of the eyewitnesses that was present at the crowd earlier this morning waiting for aid.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live on Rumble, YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We are doing this on June 17th. There will be a replay on my other channels. Please subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Please click the links, subscribe, make sure you have notifications. Also follow me on X and on GETTR. That way you stay abreast on some of the things that I'm posting. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. For the domestic and the international audience, if you'd like to help support these videos that I do, please share the links, ask your social media to follow me. You can also go on my website and donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put anything on a paywall, behind a paywall, so please help support the free work that I do. And for the domestic audience, if you'd like to purchase the great products that I have, please do. I have supplements of very high quality that I use. I'm going to go over the health protocol that I do and how you can mix and match based on your affordability to improve your health and wellness. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate you watching on a regular basis. So a lot is happening in the Asian session last night. oil started to go up as much as around the 73 handle for WTI and 74 handle or maybe a little higher for Brent. And then it came back down and then it started creeping back up last night. And then right now oil is trading at 71.67. So oil's been up and down. Now, the reason why it started to go up last night was based on the news that Trump tweeted Tehran should evacuate immediately. And then he decided to leave the G7 and then go to the Situation Room in Washington, D.C. So it looks like something big is happening, all right? Now, I'm not seeing it in the oil market yet. So the way the markets open up in about 15 minutes, 16 minutes in New York. I'm waiting to see if something happens today. It most likely will happen tomorrow. But if it does happen, there'll probably be a spike in oil, and that'd probably be another great time to put another short position in. So we'll see what happens here. Trump said that deal not reached with Iran. This is through Truth Social. He just posted. I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. This is just more highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table, would have saved a lot of lives. I think the United States is going to bomb Tehran, but we'll see what happens here. Oil market, I'm not seeing it elevated. I was expecting the morning session in the United States to see oil at about 73, and I'm seeing it at a 71 handle. So that's a little odd to me. So we got to be patient here. The equity market right now, futures, is trading at 6,057. And VIX is trading in the 20 handle, so 20.28. The Euro USD is trading at 115. And Japanese yen is trading at 144.7. So it doesn't look like there's a lot of stress in the market right now. So we'll see what happens. We may have already priced it in, an attack on Tehran. But oil is trending down from the 77, 78 spike when Israel started attacking Iran. So let's go to Bloomberg here and listen in. I think they're talking about Meta, but let's listen in, and I'm going to dig up some videos here.
Looks, you can put in different scenarios. Then you can suddenly create an entire video out of it. This is going to make our AI content experience probably become a bit exhausting. We're not going to know what's real and what's not from a product placement perspective, but really it gives the tools to the small and medium-sized enterprises. It's interesting, if you go into some of the marketing tools that overall Meta is using to communicate this, over in Cannes.
Honestly, I think AI is going to get so out of control with the generative AI that when people don't realize that, when people cannot discern between fiction and reality, it's a problem. I think people are going to actually maybe tune out to with this generative AI. There's something human about seeing something produced by a human, not necessarily produced by a computer. All right, let's listen to General Keane here on taking Iran off the table.
Fighting between Israel and Iran ramped up overnight on this day 5 of the conflict. Hundreds of thousands have hunkered down in Tel Aviv bomb shelters as more are evacuating out of Tehran. Israeli media reporting that the IDF is attacking Western Iran this morning. On the heels of President Trump returning from the G7 meeting in Canada early, he left early to get back to D.C., and here's what he said from Air Force One. Watch.
Better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. And say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
Emmanuel Macron had initially said that the president left so that he could oversee a ceasefire. The president said that's wrong. President Trump previously warned on Truth Social last night Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign, simply stated Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst. He is chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with me. General, good to see you. Your reaction to what we know so far?
Well, certainly where the president is, he's supporting Israel 100% to complete the campaign that they started here. And that campaign focuses on Iran's center of gravity, their nuclear enterprise. And they want to destroy that enterprise as much as they possibly can, decapitate the leadership, and they're doing a remarkable job in doing that, and also eliminate their ballistic missiles, which is their major weapon that they're using against the Israelis. And they're making significant progress in all three of these areas, as you have noted on this show. And the president is behind that 100%. I think what is in the offing here is Israel knows full well, even though they have significant imagination and significant covert capability, they know that there's a couple of deeply buried sites that they're very challenging for them to get to with air power. And I'm assuming they would like the United States to assist them in achieving that end state. After all, the president did say he's not going to permit Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And if we walk away and leave those sites intact, then the Ayatollah will be able to achieve what he's always wanted here. The reason why he never voluntarily dismantled the program through negotiations is because he was willing to accept the airstrike, believing that he could still recover some aspect of his nuclear enterprise after the airstrikes are completed, and he would be able to rebuild that nuclear program. That is where his head is. And we've got to stop that from happening, in my judgment, assist the Israelis in their air campaign by conducting a limited but focused air campaign on using penetration bombing to eliminate the end of that nuclear end state. And that will be a major strategic achievement. That takes off the table. Think of what it does. Takes off the table the thought of a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. It reduces Iran's as a major power broker in the region. Yeah. And for the congressman to say that we've never been at war with Iran, formally, yeah, but they killed 241 Marines in the 80s. They blew up 2 of our embassies in Lebanon and Kuwait and killed hundreds more. They killed scores of our Air Force personnel in the barracks in Saudi Arabia in the 90s. And it's a documented fact that they developed advanced IEDs to focus on U.S. soldiers in the war in Iraq. And Lloyd Austin, the last general we had there, estimated they killed 2,000 of us there. So this has been going on for 45 years. Yeah. And we have an opportunity to take them off the table here. Well, and I think that is the right thing to do.
Breaking news.
Congressman Warren.
Breaking news here. We have retail sales at 0.9% in May, worse than expected as consumers pull back.
Davidson, who was just with us, all of the times that Iran has been chanting death to America, which of course we know. But let me get back to what you're talking about in terms of these nuclear sites, which is so important. You've said that the nuclear enterprise was spread over 12 plus sites, and you're talking about this significant one, Fordow, underground, built in the mountainside. What's the danger of upsetting that, blowing that up, and what would it require in terms of the U.S.'s participation in helping Israel get to that site?
Well, we have deep penetration bombs that can reach that site, and likely it forces a collapse on itself. By that I mean we have bombs. That site is a half-mile down with 2 to 3 feet walls, and that's pretty significant in terms of a target. But our deep penetration bombs can achieve that end. So yes, we do have the capability, and there may be some other sites that may not be as deeply buried as that, but something that Israel has struggled to complete the destruction of, that we would assist in doing it. So that's very achievable, and we're not even conducting an air campaign here. This would be a limited but focused airstrikes, maybe a couple of days involved in it, to complete the destruction. And we're very familiar with this. We've had this on our target list for years. So our people, our intelligence people, and our air power people know exactly what they're doing if the president makes the decision, to do that. And let me mention something that may be in the back of other people's minds and the back of the congressman's mind too. This is not Iraq or Afghanistan, where we went in with a ground invasion with the purpose of conducting regime.
Israel says it has killed the Iranian army's wartime chief, identified as Ali Shadmani. Continue.
Change, and we wound up also doing nation building. There's no plans whatsoever for the United States or Israel to conduct a ground invasion. There's no plans for us to physically conduct a regime change. If a regime change comes internally, it'll be Iran's choice, not Israel's, and not the United States. So we got to understand what we're really dealing with here. And will that lead to a war? Don't think so. Iran's conventional military is very weak, and they know if they attack us decisively, that our response will be overwhelming. It would be against their military targets, their economic energy targets, and their political targets. And that would likely result inevitably in an internal regime change taken as a result of the regime likely being destroyed in its capability to have influence over the people.
Yeah,
the Iranian leadership understands this.
It's a really important point to make, as some Democrats in Congress are trying to reiterate what you just heard from Warren Davidson, is we're, quote unquote, we're not at war with Iran, when in fact, of course, Israel stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon is a U.S. core national interest. You've also got Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not ruling out assassinating Iran's supreme leader. When asked about taking that action, he said it's not going to escalate the conflict, it's going to end the conflict. But there was some speculation before that President Trump reportedly vetoed an Israeli plan to assassinate the Ayatollah. General, I mean, is that the only way to get regime change here?
No, I think the regime gets so weakened and its security forces so ineffective. Look at the penetration that's taken place of Iran's security forces. The fact that we are decapitating their military leadership, much as we did with Hezbollah, is because we have people in Iran who are providing that information to the Israelis. And that is why they've been so successful at covert operations for a number of years, destroying drone plants, destroying weapons factories, killing nuclear scientists, taking out the political leader of Hamas, who was in the VIP section of Tehran, the capital city, where all the other significant leaders live, and penetrated exactly where that person was living.
I think that if the United States gets involved more forcefully and not just covertly, I think that the regime in Iran is going to fall very fast, very fast. I don't think this is going to be prolonged at all. The question is, will the United States become overt instead of covert?
Killing these people, they're killing them in their apartments and in their homes or in their offices. They have exquisite intelligence. They can't achieve that end without having the security forces providing them some information. There's significant penetration taking place here, which certainly weakens the regime and the grip it has on its people. I don't want to go too far with that and be Pollyannish about it. I mean, these are killers and thugs, and if the people got in the streets tomorrow, they'd start shooting them, for sure. But as this regime gets weaker, as a result of the campaign that's constructed against them, it makes them certainly more vulnerable to the people rising up and to leaders around them. There's severe criticism of the regime right now by insiders. They're stunned by the decapitation of the leaders that are taking place. They're severely criticizing the civilian leadership of the fact that all the air defense systems are down and Israel is flying. Can you imagine what it's like to be in Iran today and be a leader? And you
markets opened. So the S&P 500 is at 6,013. VIX is at 20.15. Euro USD is at 1.15. Oil's trading at 71.53. BITO is trading at 21.16. Japanese yen's trading at 144.83. I'd like to see that above 145. Net gas is trading now at 3.829. Gush is trading at 25.77. DRIP is trading at 8.79. So let's go over the equity analysis here. So with the S&P 500, we are above the 6,000 support level. So that's starting to become more of a support level and less of a resistance level. So again, the next resistance level for the S&P 500 is 6,130. So support level at 6,000, not that strong. A very strong support level at 5,750. But we're creeping up towards that 6,130 slowly. But I wouldn't be surprised if we drop below 6,000 today in the intraday trading, depending on what's going on in Tehran. So just stay alert there. Now, dollar is weakening a little bit relative to the euro, and Japanese yen was trading at 144 last night. So not a lot of move. I mean, there's a little bit maybe on the upside for U.S., but U.S. currency. But stress is somewhat stable in the international markets is how I would phrase this. Now BITO, that's below its level of 2148. I've been saying that this has been bouncing around as a resistance level, and then it becomes a support level, and then it becomes a resistance level. So it's been bouncing back and forth here. So now it is a resistance level again. 2148 is a resistance level for BITO. That's the ETF for longing Bitcoin. And then the next support level will be 20 for BITO. If we can get above 2148, then the resistance level will be 2250. Bitcoin is trading at, last night it was trading at 105, 106. And then it was trading early in the Asian session at around 106. Then during the European session, it went up to 107, then started precipitously dropping down since 1 o'clock. And now it's trading at 105. So Bitcoin's having a hard time getting close to that 110 mark, 110,000 per token. So until we start seeing a little bit more of a permanency with Bitcoin at 110 or above, we're going to see this issue with the 2148 resistance level on BITO. All right, let's listen to CNBC about Iran.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4. Joining us to talk markets, Iran and China, Kyle Bass, founder and chief investment officer at Heyman Capital. We usually talk to you about China, but since we're going to talk about Israel and Iran supplies a lot of the oil to China, it's all interrelated, as it seems everything is. Kyle, I didn't even retweet or do anything to what you included me on. You put my name on it yesterday. I'll read your tweet.
to set Iran's nuclear weapons program back a decade or more, the United States must help finish the job. We're the only nation capable of dropping the GBU-57A. I guess that's the bunker buster. And I think, can only a B-2 bomber drop it? That's what I've been told. So the United States would have to be involved. You think it's something that, even though it might, our involvement in the whole war would be a lot more obvious and overt. And people like Tucker Carlson, and there's a lot of people that say, I voted for Trump to avoid this kind of stuff. I mean, immediately, I couldn't believe how much play that tweet got. Did you see it all too?
I did see what Tucker, a lot of people are calling him Tucker Carlson now. I think that, I don't know where Tucker's foreign policy deviated, and as voters vote, we vote for our leadership to keep us safe. And I think the entire world realizes that the largest state sponsor of terror cannot possess a nuclear weapon. And unfortunately, the way that Iran has built its infrastructure, after I've consulted with our senior military leadership, many of which are friends of mine, tell me that it's going to require the U.S. to drop one of those huge bombs to get to two specific sites in Iran, Natanz and Fordow there in the center, just south of Iran. The Israelis can drop 5,000-pound bombs, but it requires us to drop the big ones. Only our B-2s can drop those right now. So again, it requires our participation, Joe. You've probably seen that we've had a number of our B-2s move to Diego Garcia, which is an island just off if you want to Google it, just off the south, basically, that's just southeast of Iran in the Indian Ocean. And look, if we're going to finish this, if we're going to keep the largest state sponsor of terror from obtaining a nuclear weapon, then the United States, unfortunately, has to participate. And I think in reading what President Trump said last night and looking at the forced posturing of U.S. forces, again, we can go finish this and eliminate, at least set them back a decade in their nuclear ambitions. And, that doesn't mean bomb Tehran. That means bomb 2 nuclear sites in the middle of the desert. So, and I think it's necessary.
And the other thing that there was a lot of conjecture was whether it's even deeper than this bomb can actually penetrate too. And then other people, Kyle said, there's a way to do it
get it out
with either special forces and that things, at this point are so softened that the target has been softened from everything else that Israel has done, that you might be able to do it by actually going to the site itself and just destroying it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the primary talk amongst our military elite is the bomb. It's a 30,000-pound bomb. And maybe we have to drop 2 or 3 of them, Joe. But again, we're talking about remote sites in the middle of the desert. We're not talking about U.S. forces putting boots on the ground in Iran, which is certainly what none of us want, right? None of us want war. But when the IEA and the international community realized that Iran had been lying to everyone all along about their nuclear enrichment moving from low enrichment to high very quickly, that's what forced Israel to attack, and it's what's forcing us to potentially participate. And again, these are things that they're uncomfortable, and they are necessary, and we have to do it now. You can't wait until Iran actually obtains one of these bombs, because you and I both know what they're likely to do if they get one. So these are the tough decisions that real leadership has to make, Joe, and it looks like the world's leaders are making these decisions.
Yeah, I don't know how long you think this regime stays in power. You can't count on that. Obviously, no one's got a problem with the Iranian people, but when a regime, repeatedly says, death to Israel, death to America, we're going to, our stated goal is the obliteration of the state of Israel. What are you supposed to do if you're Netanyahu? I don't.
Yeah,
so how do you how do you negotiate? Do you believe someone who says, "Oh yeah, we don't think that anymore"? I don't know how you you negotiate a settlement.
Yeah, I mean, look, terrorists understand one thing, and it's violence. Unfortunately, that's the answer. There is no negotiating with terrorists. The U.S. Used to have a policy of never negotiating with terrorists or state sponsors of terror. And here we have a position where the world has kind of devolved over a long period of time to where we've allowed them to have these, let's say, nuclear enrichment facilities for supposedly for civilian use in the nuclear power arena. And, you know, the reason that Trump backed out of the nuclear talks with Iran in his first administration is they weren't adhering to their side of the bargain. And so we pulled out. And that is natural when the other side of the at the other side of the table is just not living up to their obligations. And so now we know that they were lying all along. And that's why Israel and the U.S. are considering this. I think if you look at what the U.S. posture has done, Trump has said he wants a deal. He wants a deal. He wants to do it diplomatically. He wants a deal. He thinks there is something to do. And now he's saying, okay, well, Iran never wanted a deal. They were never going to allow inspectors in because they had spun up so much highly enriched uranium. So now all it is we have to finish this. We have to finish their ability, or let's just say their nuclear ambitions. We need to set back at least a decade by executing.
The parallels to WMDs in Iraq that I see everywhere too. I don't know. There's no question that we have a better idea, and a better idea that they definitely aren't very close to obtaining a WMD. And in this case, not, I don't know, what were we worried about with Iraq, sarin or gas?
Well, if you remember with Iraq, it was chemical weapons.
Chemical weapon.
I was talking with the firm that is about to begin cleanup in Syria, and they told me that there are 32 chemical weapons manufacturing sites in Syria alone, and that many of the chem weapons that Syria has came from Iraq. You know, there was this concept that Saddam Hussein, when he knew we were coming, moved his chemical weapons to Syria. Syria has an enormous amount of chemical weapons, and the international community is looking to fund the cleanup of those weapons. Now, of course, the Iran conflict is putting a fair amount of, let's say, strain on the Middle East, and that chemical weapons cleanup is going to have to be delayed. But there are a massive number of chem weapons in Syria, many of which came from Iraq. So again, like, what we need to do is just promote global stability. And unfortunately, promoting global stability sometimes means taking action against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work I do by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I do all these videos for free. I do not put stuff behind a paywall. So for the news, I don't put it behind the paywall. I feel that your news should be free. There's nothing wrong with that. But the whole idea here is that if you pay attention to what I say about the markets, you can make some money. And not only that, if you pay attention about how to take these supplements that I have on my store, you'll actually improve your health and wellness. Please go to my store and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is very important for your immune system, but also magnesium helps the efficacy of vitamin D3, and magnesium helps with brain function. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. You need to start taking care of your brain. You're going to start noticing in 5 to 10 years, many people in your social setting are going to start having problems with their brain. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, helps with your immune system, helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3, so it can bring in calcium, and vitamin C and magnesium will help support your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So a great stack is to take the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc together. Drink it with filtered water. Take it every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right. Let's listen in on Al Jazeera here.
It's difficult to gauge the mood in Iran. I mean, most Iranians have already left the capital. Or I would say, though, most Iranians have a mood of defiance. They're pretty angry with what Israel did. We have to remember that this was an unprovoked attack, and the negotiations on the nuclear issue were pretty much ongoing with the Americans. So it really came as a surprise. I would say most people would tell you that they don't know how long this will last.
Hamed Mousavi there, Professor of Political Science at Tehran University. Thank you so much for joining us on the News Hour and sharing your thoughts. Well, as the US seeks to broker a deal, regional allies are warning of the need to find a just and lasting solution. Speaking at the EU Parliament, Jordan's King Abdullah said that Israel's attacks on Iran are a threat to people everywhere.
With Israel's expansion of its offensive to include Iran, there is no telling where the boundaries of this battleground will end. And that, my friends, is a threat to people everywhere. Ultimately, this conflict must end. And the only viable solution is one grounded in a just peace, international law, and mutual recognition.
Well, the Qatari Foreign Ministry has condemned Israel's strikes on Iran. Spokesperson Majd al-Ansari told a news conference that Doha is trying to push for a diplomatic solution to the war between Iran and Israel. Osama bin Jubaid was there.
It was an unequivocal condemnation from the Qatari Foreign Ministry of the strikes in Tehran. Qatar has been involved in mediation efforts, and at the highest level, the Qatari Emir has been speaking to the president of Iran, and its prime minister has been making all the calls to the foreign ministers and regional allies to try and find a way out of this solution. Qatar says that this escalation is uncalled for, ill-considered, and reckless, especially the attacks on nuclear facilities as well as energy targets. The Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman told Al Jazeera that this is a region which contributes about 30% of the world's energy and fertilizer needs and about 25% of its gas supplies, and it cannot tolerate it. It cannot bear any further destabilization. Here's what he told me.
Yeah, and if they have so much natural gas and oil, why do they need nuclear power?
I think solution is the only way out of all of these crises in the region and beyond. And we have always been actively engaged in reaching these diplomatic solutions. When it comes to the situation between Israel and Iran, our contacts with all of our regional partners and international partners are ongoing. You can follow the news of every communique that we issue and read out that we issue of every call that is taking place. And there's a very clear emphasis on the need of a diplomatic solution and the need to pull the parties back into talks rather than escalation. We have warned that this escalation will have ramifications on the region as a whole and international energy markets in a way that is unpredictable.
And as those mediation efforts continue, the pummeling of Iran by Israel and the counterattacks by Iran are continuing, and the crisis in Gaza continues. The Qataris are hopeful that there is going to be some light at the end of the tunnel, but for that to even begin, all sides must come back to the negotiating table. Sama Mijaved, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Well, Alon Pinkas is a former Israeli diplomat and a columnist for the independent newspaper in the UK. He says Israel is at risk of achieving nothing with its attack on Iran.
If there's going to be a de-escalation, it's going to come from the U.S. Whether that'll come from the U.S. or not, obviously we don't know. And in fact, President Trump is issuing contradictory statements every day. So that remains to be seen. From an Israeli point of view, while there are no signs of de-escalation, there are also no signs of escalation. This targeted assassination, this targeted elimination of the Iranian new chief of staff is consistent with what Israel has been doing in the last 4.5, almost 5 days. And that is trying to take out the upper echelon of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and the military. I don't think that necessarily signals an escalation. Look, if it ends now in this status quo, then obviously, aside from feeling good about themselves, Israel would gain nothing. So that really depends on whether or not Iran goes back.
All right, oil's starting to go up above $72 a barrel. It's at 72.01. We'll see if it holds.
It was before, then it participated in before the Israeli attack. Now, there was no question to begin with that Israel cannot take out, cannot eliminate, cannot destroy Iran's military nuclear infrastructure alone. That requires munitions and bombers and delivery systems that Israel does not have, which is why Mr. Netanyahu was so adamant, so insistent, and so focused on trying to drag the U.S. into the war. And so if it ends without this and without an agreement, then I don't know if that benefits. But the big prize, quote unquote, is the heavily fortified underground facility in Fordo, just south of Tehran. Now, if you ask Israeli military planners, they will probably tell you that they'd like nothing more than for the U.S. to deliver the final blow. But they're also realistic, and they know that that may not happen necessarily. They also know, and they say that, although anonymously, that this requires a diplomatic solution, meaning a new agreement.
All right, I'm going to go to CNBC talking about the retail sales falling 0.9% in May, worse than expected.
Full control over all.
We are just seconds away from retail sales and import prices. The futures this morning are weaker, not as weak as they've been, though, down 160 right now for the Dow. Let's get right over to Rick Santelli at the CME in Chicago. Rick.
Yes, we can see yields moving lower. The market's smart. Retail sales for the month of May coming in at minus 0.9%, almost down 1%. This is much more aggressive to the downside than we were expecting. We were expecting a number in the vicinity of down 0.5% to down 0.6. But to be fair, we had a very aggressive March where we were up 1.7. That was the best going all the way back to the beginning of 23. So there is a bit of payback as we pull forward much activity. Now we may be taking a break from that. All right, now let's strip out autos and see where we go. Minus 0.3%. We're expecting up 0.2. Let's strip out autos and gasoline. That comes in down 0.1. So down 0.1, that was expected to be up 0.3. Down 0.1 would be only the second negative number of the year outside of the very beginning of the year when we were down 0.4. Now, let's look at the control number. This is core retail sales, and it is the bright spot here. Up 0.4%. That is better than expected, and that would comp to up 0.5% in March. So this particular metric has been pretty aggressive to the upside. The only down month was last month, and that was cut in half from minus 0.2 to minus 0.1. Now, let's switch gears, shall we? Let's look at import prices. These are for the month of May, along with export prices. Import prices, unchanged. We're expecting a more deflationary down 0.2%, but unchanged. And if we look at ex-petroleum, it's up 0.2. So we can see where some of that downside pressure was. Up 0.2, that would be the warmest, well, just since last month when it was up 0.4. 0.4 actually was the highest going back to April of 24. So we have moderated just a bit. Now, let's look at the year-over-year numbers for import prices. They are coming in up 0.2. Up 0.2. We're expecting unchanged. 0.2 would comp to last month when it was up 0.1. Prior was up 0.8. The high water mark was 1.7 in February. That was a lot warmer than many expected, but you can see we're cooling off there on imports. Now let's switch gears to export prices month over month. Now here's something big. Export prices month over month. And we know that we've seen much in the way of falling off import prices, imports in general, that has really dropped the trade deficit. Well, exporting minus 0.9%, almost down 1% on export prices. That might say something more about outside economies than the U.S. economy. Minus 0.9. That would be the most aggressive negative month going all the way back to May of 23. And finally, year over year, Export prices up 1.7%. We're expecting up 2.5%. That's the lightest of the year. Back to you.
Advisors work to solve client questions.
All right, so let's go back to Bloomberg. Before we do that, please help support the work I do by getting the products that I have. Share the links of these free videos and ask your social media to follow me. Follow me on X, on GETTR, on the 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all the channels. It's really important. I do live streams on Rumble, on YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So let's talk about the structural nano silver toothpaste. It has no fluoride in it. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a few tubes of this toothpaste. This toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and help gum health. By using this every day, you're improving your oral hygiene, and that's super important, especially when you get into your geriatric years, because a good oral hygiene is going to help with your vascular system and your valvular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I believe we're already down.
Yeah.
It's really going to be the advertisers.
We are just seconds away from retail sales and import prices. The futures this morning are weaker, not as weak as they've been, though, down 160 right now for the Dow. Let's get right over to Rick Santelli at the CME in Chicago. Rick.
Yes, we could see yields moving lower. The market's smart.
Amazon's AW.
Sorry about that.
Farm ads. We'll continue to follow that one.
Universa Investments shares a spicy take about banks losing popularity, and we'll ask him as well why Wall Street is moving south. He's the star of tonight's debut of Sonali Basic's new show, Bullish. This is Open Interest.
So while they're cycling let's listen to Al Jazeera here.
Dozens of sites in the capital were hit, including residential buildings, schools, and critical infrastructure. As you see, firefighters have been fighting, and residents are searching for survivors under that rubble. Now, authorities on the eastern Indonesian island of Flores have raised the alert to the highest level after a volcanic eruption there. Mount Lewotobi Laki-Laki has thrown hot ash 10,000 meters into the air, with the danger zone now officially expanded to 8 kilometers around the peak. An eruption back in November killed 9 people and injured dozens more. It last erupted in March. Indonesia has 120 active volcanoes and sits on the Ring of Fire, a series of seismic fault lines encircling the Pacific Basin. Well, do stay with us right here on Al Jazeera for ongoing coverage of the conflict between Israel and Iran. As we've been saying, the two sides have been continuing to trade strikes in what is now a 5th day of conflict. The Iranians have launched nearly 30 missiles at Israel, with more explosions in Tel Aviv and strikes too in central Israel. Well, that's it for this news hour, but don't go away. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with much more of the day's news and all the latest.
Yeah, because at any given moment, the United States could be actually bombing Tehran. All right, let's go quickly to CNBC. Oh, we're waiting for Bloomberg here.
Meeting kicks off today. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us right now. He's got the CNBC latest Fed survey. Steve, what's it show?
Well, Becky, despite improvement in the economic outlook, respondents to the Fed survey continue to forecast weaker growth and higher inflation than they did at the beginning of the year, and still elevated tariff uncertainty. 100% say the Fed will keep rates unchanged at this meeting. The recession probability, though, did drop by 3 points to 38%. It had been as high as 53%, but now it's down quite a bit, but still elevated. 3.9%, that's the year-end Fed funds rate. So still banking on 2 rate cuts this year. but they've kind of X'd out one for next year at 355, only one rate cut built in, and the Fed will remain above that long-run neutral rate of 3.3%, which is the estimate of respondents here. GDP, 1.13%, that's up. That's a good thing from 0.8, but it compares with the forecast we had from January, which was 2.4%. 2026, we get back to at or above trend at 2.2%. That's 20 basis points higher than the May forecast. Doug Gordon, senior portfolio manager with Russell Investments, writes in saying, quote, recent geopolitical events in the Middle East add uncertainty into an already uncertain environment on trade, tax policy, and with potentially weakening hard macroeconomic data pending. 2025 forecast for inflation down a bit, down a quarter point, but still elevated at 3%. 2026 is when you get back to around where the Fed would be comfortable on the CPI at 260 in May. The unemployment rate also down a bit, 4.53, 4.5%, call it. That's down a couple tenths from where it was in the prior forecast. And unemployment in 2026, 4.47%. Mark Vittner, he's upbeat. He's the chief economist at Piedmont Crescent Capital. He says the economy has remained resilient, not terrified. There's no shortage of reasons to worry, but the U.S. economy keeps proving its doubters wrong. On a separate note, more volatility could be ahead, with most expecting an early announcement of Fed Chair Powell's replacement from President Trump. 64% say yes, a replacement for Powell will be named before the end of the year. 21% say no, and 14% don't know. Underlying many of these forecasts is the expectation that tariff impacts have yet to really hit the economy, along with disagreement over how much impact the big tax bill in Congress will have on growth. Both major swing factors in the growth, employment, and inflation outlooks for the year, of course, along with what the Fed ends up doing, Becky.
Steve, why are the GDP forecasts so much lower for this year? It's the uncertainty around all these policies, or something else?
Actually, your question has both answers in it, right? It's uncertainty in and of itself, and it's the policy. So it's the idea that basically they believe that tariffs will reduce GDP by some amount. There's disagreement in there, but there's that idea, plus layer in the uncertainty. And we did ask the question about whether or not we think we sort of dodged the bullet on tariffs, and most say no. Most say that there will be more significant impacts from the tariffs in the months ahead. If they end up being wrong, then, well, maybe the GDP numbers go up. They've been wrong before. They were wrong about consistently predicting a recession in the Biden years. And so they could be wrong here. They have backed off, though, the recession costs.
But the idea that growth bounces back in 2026 is because the tariffs only have a temporary impact on growth, or because they think the tariffs themselves are temporary?
I think it's awesome, Becky. You read the survey without even getting the survey. That's exactly what they say. We asked that question as to whether or not the tariffs will be one-time price increases or have affected broader inflation. And a majority, I've got to look up the number, believe it will be a one-time price increase. So that's a bit of good news here, that they do not think that these tariffs end up having broader impacts either on other items that are not tariffs, or more broadly later on to keep increasing.
Breaking news here. Home builder sentiment nears pandemic low as economic uncertainty plagues consumers.
Rate of growth of prices.
Okay, that is interesting. Steve, thank you. And we will talk to you, I think, later today. Thank you.
All right. We're waiting for Taleb to come online. I believe he's being interviewed next on Bloomberg, hopefully. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps that I have. These are soaps that I use. You can get it in lavender. You can get it in peppermint and lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. So please go to my store, get a few of these for your household. These soaps are very high quality. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the Reykjavik.com.
Latest for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you, Noor. Well, Israel is saying that Iran's wartime chief of staff has identified Ali Shadmani as Tehran's most senior military commander. Now, Tehran is yet to confirm the claim, but multiple buildings have been struck in Tehran by Israeli missiles targeting the city. Air defense countermeasures were also launched in Natanz, a strategic location with nuclear installations. Well, let's take a closer look at Ali Shadmani. He's Iran's wartime chief of staff, as I was saying, one of the country's top commanders and a trusted aide to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. He was promoted just last week after Israel killed Major General Gholam Ali Rashid in its surprise attack on Friday. Israel says it killed Shadmani during an airstrike on what it called a command center in central Tehran, seizing on a sudden opportunity. And video has emerged of the destruction inside Iran's main broadcaster following an Israeli missile attack on the building. Studios and newsrooms where journalists sat at their desks have been reduced to ashes and charred debris, as you see. The Committee to Protect Journalists has condemned the attack, which also killed 3 television employees.
Israel's not fucking
Well,
around.
let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He's in the Iranian capital for us. Tawhid, talk us through Iran's mindset right now as the strikes continue.
Well, indeed, what we see as the reality on the ground is that Israeli strikes continue across the country. We had reports in Isfahan, in northern and eastern part of this city, about the sounds of explosion being heard, and also across the capital here in Tehran, we have similar reports, and the interception by the air defense system of the capital is something that we hear from time to time here in the capital. Also, we know that from the Iranian side, we've got this statement from different military officials that they are going to retaliate and they are going to strike back as these Israeli attacks continue. And also, the latest lines in this regard relates to one report that we received from IRIB, the state TV, saying that one interception happened after a suicide drone tried to approach a place in Malayer in Hamadan province. Also, we've got another report, as I told you earlier, about a place being targeted in Isfahan. It has been unconfirmed report that the target is near a refinery facility. This is not the first time that Israelis are actually targeting places near refineries in Tehran. Here in the capital, we saw for several times, at least 2-3 times, that Israelis carried out strikes against fuel depots of the capital, as a result of which people became very worried. And now we see long lines at the petrol stations, people trying to fuel their cars. And that is also something that we have to keep in mind, that also makes people more and more anxious. The evacuation warning that came from the US President Donald Trump on Tehran and Tehran residents, that's very surprising. We're talking about over 10 million people who are living in the capital, alongside with 14 million who are living in the Iranian, let's say the province Tehran.
Tawhid Asadi, they're reporting for us from the Iranian capital. Thank you, Tawhid. Well, let's bring in Hamid Mousavi. He's a professor of political science at Tehran University. He joins us too from the Iranian capital again. Professor, how open is the leadership to negotiation at this stage? And what might a deal, as President Trump has been wanting to call it, what might a deal look like?
Well, I think the Iranian leadership is open to negotiations. We know that they've sent several messages through intermediaries to the Americans. Nevertheless, this will all depend on what the Americans are demanding. If they are demanding a military surrender or a complete shutdown of the Iranian nuclear program, then that might not be acceptable. Also, we have to remember that things on the ground are actually escalating. They're not moving towards a ceasefire. When the Israelis started in the early hours on Friday, they initially targeted Iran's nuclear program and Iran's top military generals. Nevertheless, in the past 48 hours, they have tried to target Iran's energy infrastructure as well as the Iranian state media center. So I think the Israelis are really not moving towards a ceasefire right now.
Well, Iran, for its part, has said that it has some surprises in store. What is its military capacity? What could we expect in terms of escalation from the Iranian side?
Well, there's really not been any detail given on the surprise that you mentioned. It was mentioned on Iranian state TV by top Iranian generals. We don't know, though. I think ultimately this will really depend on how long Iran can maintain and sustain the ballistic missile attacks it is carrying out against Israel. We know that the Israelis have been trying to target the missile launchers Iran uses, and also ballistic missiles, of course, are a limited asset. I mean, the more you use them, the less they become. So the Iranian leadership is saying that they could carry this out for over a month, so at least several more weeks, but we don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
This is at the moment a conflict between Iran and Israel. How prepared is Tehran for the US to enter the conflict?
I think Iran has been very careful not to bring in the Americans. Unlike what was mentioned at the beginning, like the Iranian Foreign Ministry blaming the Americans for the Israeli attack, Iran has been very careful not to target U.S. bases in the region, precisely because they don't want.
Okay, so we're going to go to Bloomberg here.
T-Mobile, ticker TMUS, shares are down again, nearly 4% at the moment. And that is because we got SoftBank selling its stake for $4.8 billion. That's the biggest U.S. share sale since TD Bank sold a $13.1 billion stake in Charles Schwab in February. And so SoftBank, all about investing in AI, right? It has plans to put down as much as $30 billion in open AI. And so you'd expect the proceeds of this latest sale to fund those investments. So obviously,
all right, let's listen to DW dealing with the military commander being killed.
Now, Israel says it has killed one of Iran's top military commanders, General Ali Shadmani. Israel said he was the Iranian wartime chief of staff and had only been in the job for a few days. Shadmani was a close advisor to Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Tehran is yet to confirm the killing, but Israel's foreign minister, Gideon Saar, told a parliamentary committee meeting that Shadmani was dead.
This morning, we were informed that our forces eliminated the Iranian war chief of staff, Ali Shadmani, after his predecessor was eliminated in the opening stages of the operation. We still do not know who will replace the replacement. I would recommend that whoever takes on the role consider carefully, and if they accept, they should exercise extra caution.
Let's talk about this with Niloufar Golami from DW's Persian service. Hi, Niloufar. What more can you tell us about the killing of Iran's top military commander? I know that Tehran has yet to confirm the killing, but Israel is saying that it is a fact.
Yeah, just today, IDF reported that the newly appointed head of the IRGC Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters, who had only held the position for a few days, was killed in an Israeli attack. Of course, the regime has not yet confirmed, but to many, the current situation closely resembles Israel's strategy toward Hezbollah in Lebanon. The question now is whether Ali Khamenei could face a similar fate to that of Hassan Nasrallah.
What about the latest on the evacuation of Tehran? What have you heard from people in the Iranian capital?
Yeah, the situation in Tehran following the Israeli strikes is tense. Part of the city reportedly damaged and internet access severely restricted. Residents are terrified and describe uncertain atmosphere. Reports indicate long lines at gas stations and growing concerns over bread shortages in Tehran. In reality, evacuating Tehran is not feasible. given the population of several million, and many simply lack the means or resources to leave the city. Also, many activists and families are concerned about the political prisoners who are being held in these conditions. And at the same time, Iranians find it astonishing that even as the country faces what appears to be a full-scale war, the Iranian regime continues to restrict access to the internet, for example. For countless Iranians living abroad, these platforms are the only way to stay in touch with their families. And I know that many have lost contact entirely. So people in Tehran are experiencing an unprecedented crisis, and the scenes from the city are deeply tragic. In the end, it is the Iranian people who are paying the price for regimes' failed and reckless policies.
You've described there, Niloufar, many things that are worthy of fear, feelings of insecurity. If you could name one thing, what do you think that Iranians are most afraid of at this point? And how do they see this whole situation developing?
Yeah, above all, I can say Iranians blame the regime for dragging Iran into a war, particularly as Iran's defense system failed to stop the attacks on the capital. And Israel was able to eliminate several key figures in the early hours very easily. So while many view the deaths of their oppressors as a form of justice or relief, they are also deeply worried about the broader consequences of war and the potential destruction of the country. If continued attacks lead to the collapse of the regime, there is concern over the chaos and devastation that may follow. And on the other hand, if the regime survives, many fear it will use the war as a pretext to intensify repression and impose even harsher restrictions on its own citizens. In either scenario, a critical and uncertain future lies ahead for Iranian people, I think.
All right, Niloufar Gholami from DW's Persian service. Niloufar, thank you so much.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. I have a huge respect for small business owners, especially the smallest of small businesses. They do so much. They're under so much pressure and stress. They have to be experts in business specialties like payroll taxes, bookkeeping, and accounting. It's crazy. That's why we created Patriot Software. Make accounting and payroll simple for all size businesses, especially smaller businesses. Check us out at patriotsoftware.com.
Use Kayak's best time to travel tool to find the perfect time to go wherever you're going. Then do what people do. Get to...
Thanks.
Let's get more from Sarah Basabandi, a non-resident research fellow at the Institute for Security Politics at the University of Kiel. We've just heard Israel saying it's killed Iran's top military commander, Ali Shadmani. What would that mean for Iran?
Thank you for having me. I think since the beginning of this episode last week, we have witnessed a very clear aim by the Israeli Defense Forces to eliminate heads of the security and military apparatus in Iran. This particular person was rather low profile in comparison with, for example, Mr. Salami or Mr. Hajizadeh, who were the heads of IRGC Aerospace or the heads of Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, was relatively low profile, less international recognition, but that tells a lot about the possibility of him being an influential figure and being very close to the supreme leader. So every single commander that during this crisis is eliminated, of course, that's a blow to Iranian power and Iranian capacity to defend and to continue with its aggressive measures against Israel, in fact.
Now, earlier, US President Donald Trump told Tehran on social media to evacuate. Do Iranians heed such warnings?
Yes, I mean, obviously my sample size of data is very limited to my own immediate family and friends and network inside Iran. I've been in contact nonstop over the night with my family members and with my friends. A lot of them are trying to leave Iran, but traffic is very heavy. There is no petrol. They find it difficult to get petrol. They are using plastic pipes to suck out petrol from one tank, from one car, to put it in another car, so family members could join together and travel in one car. But a lot of cars are breaking down on the roads. A lot of cars are running out of petrol on the road. So people are very clearly stuck in this situation between a tyrannic regime and a very brutal war. Of course, I understand that Israeli...
Now, one person would say, well, there's this log jam on the highways and on the streets and people can't get out. But think about it. If everyone's on the street, that's maybe better, especially on the highway, because they're away from the buildings that are going to be smart bombed.
Caspian, because they believe that, it's a bit further away from the capital and they will be safer there. But I have spoken to family that they are saying that the shops are empty. There is no food. There is no mineral water. People are scared of famine. People are scared of all sorts of problems. That opens the door to all sorts of crimes and social issues and instability. And unfortunately, that's the state that we are at the moment.
And we're talking about here, I believe, evacuating 10 million people, no air raid sirens and no shelters, I believe.
No, there is no shelters. Islamic Republic has been very good at making shelters for their own people, for their own aims, for nuclear facilities, for missile sites, and for weapon manufacturing, and for the supreme leader. Where is the supreme leader in all of this? Even some of the figures that were the most known propagandists in the Western media, I'm not going to name and shame anybody, but even those figures now are reporting that we are gone into hiding, we are moved to safe places because Israel is going to kill us. So they are happy to disseminate propaganda to the Western world. But when it comes to fighting, people have to go in the front line and pay the price, and people have to be killed and attacked by Israeli military. And this is really a shameful. I think this shows the end of the Islamic Republic. Not only they don't have any reputation at the international level, but also at the domestic level, they really are completely deteriorating and on the verge of collapse.
Zahra, we did see in that report people standing with the regime. How representative are those voices of the wider population there?
Unfortunately, the regime has had the history of engineering these sort of engagements by the Western media. So if you go to, as a Deutsche Welle, as a CNN, as a BBC reporter to streets of Tehran, you would have a minder, you would have a local guide. They will tell you exactly who you're allowed to speak to and who you're not allowed to speak to. And indeed, that has been a method that they have used for more than 4 decades. So I don't for a second consider that these people representing the majority of the Iranians. The Iranian people are the ones that have been chanting in the streets of Tehran and across the cities, across the country in 2022, down with Khamenei, down with the Islamic Republic, and down with the tyranny and dictatorship. So where are those people? Suddenly they just vanished and everybody is supporting the Islamic Republic? No, that's not true. The Islamic Republic is trying to use the nationalistic sentiment. They're trying to use all sorts of symbols. Suddenly over the night, the Islamic Republic broadcasting started to use, instead of the Islamic Republic forces, they call it the Iranian forces. Suddenly they became very Iranian, very nationalistic. And this is a very tried and tested mechanism. We've seen it in the region. We've seen it in different parts of the world. When the dictators are going down, they try to appeal to the nationalistic values and nationalistic sentiments. But I don't think for a second that the majority of people are supporting them. I am not saying the majority of the people are supporting bombs that is falling above their heads. I'm not saying that the majority of the people are supporting death, but they are not supporting the Islamic Republic.
Those insights from Zahra Bazobandi. Thank you very much for joining us here on DW.
Thank you.
I think that was very informative. But the thing is that if we just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing, what's going to happen is that the regime will fall, and it'll probably fall quick. All right, let's listen to this oil analyst here on Bloomberg.
Think that Iran is just overflowing with oil and gas, And that may be true in theory, but it's not true in practice. So they've had a stifling of their oil production. They've had a disaster in their gas production, despite the fact that they're sitting on probably the second largest set of reserves in the world. And actually what might do them in has been the Israeli bombing of their natural gas facilities.
Paul asked the smartest question of the day: can there be a regime change? I mean, let's go back to 1979. Paul's too young to remember this, but you...
Okay, oil's starting to move up now here. It's around 72.23, and Al Jazeera is saying that Trump is looking for more than just a ceasefire from Iran. Let's just listen into Al Jazeera. So I think there's some breaking news here.
Sending out a stern warning to Iran, saying that if the troops are touched, we will come down so hard, the gloves will be off. So again, this is sort of something that we're watching very carefully. There hasn't been a definitive schedule for the president for the rest of the day. So we're watching Truth Social, his social media platform, as well as the White House press office here, just to find out sort of what next steps are. But
well, I think the oil markets are pricing in a potential retaliation from the United States. And so I'm waiting for that move from the United States, and then I'm going to short oil.
Kimberly, there's been talk that Trump wants to send J.D. Vance, his vice president, and his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, to Iran to have some kind of a conversation. He says that there needs to be some kind of a deal. Remind us where we were with the nuclear talks and whether any kind of a deal, whether it be a ceasefire or something broader than that, might be on the table.
Yeah, well, the U.S. president insists that he has given Iran every opportunity to make a deal. In fact, when he said that Tehran needed to be evacuated, he said that they should have accepted the deal. At this point, it doesn't appear that there is a lot of room for negotiation. In fact, the U.S. president saying he's not in the mood to negotiate. But the bottom line in all of this is that prior to this, as of last Sunday, there was still the possibility for indirect talks, a sixth round with the Iranian foreign minister and the Middle East envoy from the United States side, Steve Witkoff. But as we know, just prior to that, Israel launched its strikes and really changed the whole dynamic. And so now the U.S. is not only under pressure to assist Israel, it's under pressure again domestically. But the bottom line is Israel is weighing a lot of pressure on the United States because, as we know, in terms of eliminating...
Here's a perfect example where you would say that, you have all those people out there saying, oh, Bitcoin is a safe haven, all that blah, blah, blah. Bitcoin is not a safe haven. It's selling. It's selling off in this turmoil. Why would it sell off if it was a safe haven? Because it's a speculative commodity. That's a virtual commodity. That's why. Can people make money in it? Yes, absolutely. But it's not a safe haven, and it's definitely not a storage of value. It's at 105,335 right now.
So much, Kimberly. Well, we are getting breaking news out of Tel Aviv. I understand a fresh wave of missiles has been fired at Tel Aviv, and air raid sirens have been sounding. Let's speak to Nora Day. She's in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Nor we know that there have been many barrages of missiles coming through the night, but we're now hearing that there's been fresh missiles just in the last few minutes or so.
I'm a little surprised that they did it while it's still light out.
That is right, Nastasia. Up to 10 missiles, according to local reports in Israel, have been launched from Iran to Israel. A few moments ago, the sirens went out in Amman.
I would have thought
and
that
just
they would have
as
waited until
we were
9.
coming up on air, they sounded in Amman another siren indicating that the missiles basically were not over Jordanian airspace anymore, but they're being sighted over the skies of the occupied West Bank and in Tel Aviv. We don't have indication if there is any impact yet, but we do know that as far as the Israeli medical and emergency services, they have not treated any injuries right now. We don't have any visual confirmation of where, if anywhere, these missiles have struck. But the space over which those alarms went off in Israel is quite extensive, and it stretches beyond the boundaries of the larger Tel Aviv district. So we're talking about the central area of Israel, and that extends right now also into the occupied West Bank. And that's why people can hear it and can see Israeli attempts of interception, Nastasia, over the skies of the occupied West Bank. There are batteries and radars in the illegal settlements and in military outposts in the occupied West Bank belonging to the Israeli army. They're fired there in an attempt to make sure that the missiles don't make it to Israeli cities, but that also puts at risk Palestinian communities that don't have shelters or any way of knowing if they are in harm's way.
Of course. Well, one of the things that Israel is very proud of is its Iron Dome air defense system.
Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg here, listening about the oil, the energy market in Iran.
The absolute shock of moving from the Shah over to a theocracy, to be polite about it. Can we have a regime change, as Paul asked?
Well, certainly the Israelis are aiming for a regime change. Whether they get it now or whether it happens at another time remains to be seen. The underlying position of the government is very, very weak. They do not enjoy the legitimacy of the public. They do not enjoy happiness in the public. They have unbelievably high inflation, reaching 40% or higher. They have a currency that remains in a world of...
What's very interesting is, as this news was happening with the rocket launch from Iran into Israel, dollar is strengthening.
Appreciating currencies. They have no access to health and other things that people who are middle class want. There are a lot of them. So we have a government that's a combination, a very strong combination of elected officials, a theocracy headed by somebody who certainly is going to be not with us very long, given his health situation and his age. And it has the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is not exactly the most popular group in the world in terms of governments or governance. So yes, I'd say that there's weakness in the governance structure, but saying it's going to be overthrown overnight is another matter.
What is the role of OPEC, OPEC Plus in times of these types of risks, geopolitical risks in the Middle East? What are they doing?
Well, OPEC Plus is a bunch of countries, and their main objective has been to put a floor under prices. They are in a complicated position at the moment. That complication results from, on the geopolitical side, all of the major countries having new relationships with Iran. That includes Russia, that includes Saudi Arabia and the UAE, where China has pushed them to normalize relationships. They are articulating a position of criticism, I would not call it much more than that, of Israel for its what they call aggressive acts, but they want to stay out of it. And they have a more complicated situation at hand. So we have to remember that before this started, before that spike we saw last Friday in oil prices, they are, on the one hand, concerned about weakness in the oil market, and on the other hand, pushing for weakness in the oil market. And they continue to want to push for weakness for a variety of complicated reasons.
For Bloomberg, our conversation of the day, Edward Morse with us of Princeton, tangentially with Rice University, many other institutions over the years, and of course the Council on Foreign Relations with Hartree. Dr. Morse, as simply as I can make it, you were teaching at Princeton in the middle 70s, and the State Department called, and you had the privilege in 1978 of really driving forward our energy policy. I guess I say, what would you say to Secretary Rubio? But I'm not sure what Secretary Rubio's doing other than watching a parade. What would you say to the president now, given our original diplomacy and foreign policy?
Well, actually, some of the things that the government is doing now are laudatory. And you know, the president had, and he had the view of energy dominance as the international position of the U.S. And he doesn't have to fight hard for energy dominance, even though it's a difficult word to try to digest. But the U.S. is the largest oil-producing country in the world. The U.S. oil production, total liquids production, is greater than the combined production of Saudi Arabia and Russia.
So I need to interrupt. This is too important. Are you critical of the Iranian diplomacy of the United States is associated with President Obama? Secretary of State Kerry and Wendy Sherman as well. Are you critical of that era of 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago?
I'm critical of one thing that I think looms very large, and John Kerry's name is associated with it. When we had the push for a clean energy world, and the U.S. was in a leadership position on it, we also had the view, official view, that we not only want to get rid of oil and the emissions from burning oil as a transport fuel, but we had the view that we should get rid of natural gas as a fossil fuel.
Okay, Israel's military says 3 of Iran's missiles landed in open areas in Tuesday fire exchange. All right, so let's listen in here. Before we do that, please go to my store, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. I have it in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. Both are very high quality. Take the probiotics every day, drink it with filtered water. That's going to help to improve your immune system at the gut level, help you to digest your foods. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better skin, hair, nails. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you do get a free gift until supplies last.
Iran's plans are, if it's not to come to the negotiating table, does Iran plan to escalate the conflict by closing the Straits of Hormuz, or is Iran willing to rule that out completely as a country that is heavily reliant on the free movement of goods around the globe? We obviously have a vested interest in freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz. So on behalf of your government, can you make clear what its position and intentions are?
You see that always we are ready to have apply for diplomatic and negotiated solutions. We always declared that the first priority of the Islamic government, the Iranian government, is diplomacy. We were very in middle of the diplomacy. We're very middle of the negotiation with the American side. But unfortunately, Netanyahu destroyed it, but his aggression against us. Now I'm telling to you, Excellency, I'm telling to you that Iran now is several times. Yesterday that we had a meeting, we had a telephone conversation, our minister with your minister, Secretary Lamy, and the French and Chairman and the European Union. We declared that the first priority is diplomacy, provided subject to the ceasefire. The Israeli regime should stop their armed attack to the Iranian people and Iranian infrastructures. It's a very important.
It's very important to hear that, then, that essentially you're saying that what Iran wants is a ceasefire and they want to go back to negotiations. Yeah. What is the bottom line when it comes to negotiations? Because there clearly have been changes. There has been the IEA inspectors say that they're not getting the access that they used to. They're concerned about what Iran is actually doing with its nuclear material, and the nuclear material seems to be being made increasingly pure. So if there were to be negotiations, would there be a change in the Iranian position vis-a-vis nuclear enrichment?
Yes. Regarding that, as a responsible member state of the IEA, we had a very extensive and comprehensive cooperation with the IEA, before the JCPOA and after the JCPOA. You see, JCPOA has their legal requirement upon us, and the other hand, IEA, the safeguard agreement. In JCPOA, we accepted, besides of the IAEA statute and safeguard department, we have the other extra monitoring will be monitored by the IAEA and our voluntary activities to attract the international community trust to us, make a confidence building, because Iran is totally, Iranian nuclear peaceful activities, totally peaceful. And according to this, IAEA produced 15 reports that there is no any deviation, there is no any diversion from the Iranian nuclear activities from the peacefully to military phase.
The problem was,
but after the JCPOA, it's very important. After the JCPOA squandered by United States, the Trump administration, in the first presidency phase, we refer to the European countries that please do your obligations. Do your obligation, and there is no doubt we will fulfill your expectation. But unfortunately, E3 did not have any good functions in this regard, because all of them saying and observing what United States telling them. Yes, this is the problem.
I think I think that you would find many people who would agree that it was very unfortunate that the original agreement was not stuck to and that the Americans walked away from it. But we are where we are now, and the IAEA, the last report from the IAEA, didn't say. Surely you understand. The rest of the world found it quite worrying. If I may, I was going to go on to Blair, but may I move to Abdeslam first, because what she says, I think, next is going to be of relevance, because you were...
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador, a question I have is there have been numerous media reports in relation to Iran preparing a bill in Parliament to leave the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Why would Iran do this?
You see that in our system, that the parliament is an independent organ in our system, and so they can submit draft law for everything. One of them is denunciation from the NPT, but it is not yet adopted by the parliament. This is not our intention. That the government, according to our defense doctrine, according to our religious teachings, and according to our international obligations, including the NPT, there is no choice going to exit to NPT. But this is one of the proposals raised by the Iranian parliamentarian peoples.
Does this give the indication by leaving the NPT that you intend to militarize your nuclear facilities?
No. There is no. I told you that different mass destruction weapon. There is no any status in our doctrine, defense doctrine. We are the member of the CWC. We are the member of NPT. We are the member of BWC.
So why not remain a member of the NPT? Why leave?
It depends. It depends the situation. According to Article 10 of the NPT, it's very important. Every state party, if they feel that the vital interest has been threatened by somebody, at that time we are going to review. There is no doubt about it. Because you see, please give me the photos of the innocent people. Our innocent people, all of them are being killing. We are responsible for these people. All of them. This one, Ehsan Eshraqi and Baran Eshraqi, father and girl. His daughter.
We have
excuse me, Mahia Nikzad.
Sorry, Ambassador, we actually have
It's a very important, this is the innocent people and civilian. I am a representative of these people in this country.
It's all right. It's so sorry. We have rules about props there and not showing photographs and so on. I'm so sorry. And as I said at the outset, we're completely sympathetic to and think that the deaths of civilians on both sides is simply appalling and wanted to stop. And that's really what this hearing is about.
Thank you.
Can I move on to Blair?
Ambassador, you spoke with apparent passion at the beginning of your statement about how dangerous the world would be if we embolden
aggression and don't act within international law. The chair asked you for short questions, so I'll give you the opportunity to give a short answer. How many Iranian Shahed drones have been fired by Putin at Ukraine over the last 3 years?
You mean that how many drones?
How many Shahed drones, Iranian Shahed drones, have been fired by Putin at Ukraine over the last 3 years?
You see,
I'm just looking for a number.
I will reply to you. Yes, there is no doubt. You know, the Russian and Iranian defense cooperations originate more than 20 years ago.
You know the number?
No, I don't know.
I'll tell you the number. The number is 8,000. Okay, I put it to you that if we do live in a world now where violence and might are taking precedent over law and right, I would suggest that the Iranian regime has a deep responsibility for that. Let me ask you another question, and again, this is a question with a simple number as an answer. The Director General of MI5 identified a number of plots backed by Iran in this country, including lethal threats against Iranian dissidents and against Jewish communities here. How many plots had he identified in the last 3 years?
He claimed 22, but yep. Let me answer to you. Let me answer to you. First of all, this is very important. Please correct your wording that the Iranian government is a lawful and very important and significant and respectful government.
What's the legal,
there is no need to using the regime for them. Excuse me.
What's the legal basis for Putin's war then? If you are such a supporter of international law?
Let me. I'm telling you to correct your wording regarding for my government. My government is a legal government, and there is no doubt about it. But you should use the regime. It's a very lawful and legally responsible state in the world.
What's the legal basis for Putin's war in Ukraine?
Let me. I will answer you. Please, let me finish. Law. You see, regarding for the defense cooperation that Iran and the Russian Federation, it's a very important, and we declare to the Russian side not to use our cooperation with the third party against the third party. You can ask them.
8,000 Shahed drones fired at Ukraine. We're not allowed to do props, but seeing as you did, there is one of your drones hitting an apartment block in Kyiv.
You can ask this question from the Russian Federation, sir.
They're your weapons.
You can ask this question. I'm asking this question from your side that using, or the American side that using the same military equipment against the Iranian people. You do not have any defense cooperation, military cooperation between Israel and Britain?
I'm suggesting.
No.
I'm suggesting.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Excellency,
you're
yes
here
or
to answer questions.
No, this is
I'm
very
suggesting your moral authority is shredded by your support.
If you ask me to answer you, Excellency, if you ask me to answer your question, there is your duty to answer my question, because this is the dialogue room. I came here to declare our concerns to the one responsible state, the United Kingdom. I respect the United Kingdom for his achievement to the human, community in the world. And the United Kingdom is a member state of the Security Council of the United Nations. Why? Why don't you condemn the Israeli armed attack to Iran? You didn't condemn it.
Your Excellency,
and regarding for the plots.
Your Excellency, we're very
ask me one question regarding for the MI5. May I ask you? May I answer?
No, wait.
Okay,
what I would like to do.
Okay, please.
If we could just take a breath.
Okay.
It is really, we are very grateful to you for coming.
Thank you.
And the evidence that you've given in the round is what's important. And it's the evidence that you give, and we listen to what it is that you say. And what we're trying to do by asking is to test what you're saying. For the British government, we are here.
All right, let's listen to Times Radio.
Our decision really came down to build versus buy. We heavily considered building this internally, but we knew we weren't the true experts in designing AI-based customer service. That's what led us to go with Finn. We wanted to...
Iran is seriously degraded. I mean, certainly they've done a lot of damage to the senior command. And I think at a level of morale, Iran is not looking good. When you have millions of your citizens fleeing the cities, those incredible pictures overnight of tailbacks in Tehran as the population try to leave.
Israel says it has conducted several extensive strikes on military targets in Iran overnight. It also claims to have killed the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, Ali Shadmani. Explosions have been heard over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem after Iran launched a new wave of missiles as well. US President Donald Trump left the G7 meeting in Canada early last night, but he says his departure had nothing to do with working on a ceasefire deal. Tom, it seems impossible to know what he meant by that, whether he meant it was nothing to do with working on a ceasefire deal because he's working on something that's bigger and better than a ceasefire deal, or he's just working on, who knows, his new phone network.
He just wants to go home. He's got a new phone. He's, Jimmy Carter, the fool, got rid of his peanut farm when he became president, but he's just launching a $500 phone. No, I mean, it's impossible to pass. It's a fool's game. We can do this Kremlinology, Trumpology, but, Britain just got a deal because he likes us. So
yeah, well, that's nice. The fact that he's giving us a trade deal because he likes us. Yes,
yeah, the whole world. I mean, look, we're I think a bunch of metropolitan liberals. We sneer as well as the best of them. You're even from North London.
I'm not from North London. I just live in North London.
Well, yeah. Spiritually. So we're meant to be conscious of that and say that obviously we need to understand things, but it's lunacy. The world's lunacy. This is mad. He's just said, like, when in the history of diplomacy would you have someone saying, "You've got one, I like you, I'm going to go and launch my phone." So, yeah. But we are where we are. We've all got to suck up.
Super. Let's find out about all that in a little bit more detail. Let's bring in the Times' foreign correspondent Richard Spencer. Hello, Richard.
Hello, I'm the fool who has to pass this, I think.
Yes, well, look, I think we're in safe hands. I hope we're in safe hands. Look, let's just take this from the top, Richard. How close are we to understanding what Israel's goals are in this war, why they're even conducting it?
Yeah, I mean, I think their goals are pretty clear as stated. I mean, they want to degrade the Iranian nuclear program. As you suggest, there's a bit more to it than that because most assessments are that you cannot simply, certainly with the resources Israel has available, bomb Iran into submission and destroy every facet of its nuclear program so that it can't be rebuilt. So if that's the case, I mean, some Israeli analysts tell me that they do believe they can do that they do believe they can effectively destroy the program. But most analysts say they can't. So the question is, what then? I mean, my feeling is that Netanyahu would be happy to declare victory if he'd, say, put the program back by a couple of years and done such damage that the authorities in Iran decided that they couldn't just, go back to how things were before. I mean, I think that's probably Netanyahu's number one goal. Then there are these other possible goals like regime change, which isn't a declared goal, but is something that Israel wouldn't be unhappy to see. And there's the other option, which is what we think Trump may be thinking about, certainly is thinking seriously about, is trying to get America to join the war. Because then if you have a joint Israel-US attack on Iran, then you can do obviously a lot more damage. You can take out the nuclear facilities almost certainly in their entirety. Well, not almost certainly, but much bigger chance. And of course, then you also have a joint Israel project to reshape the Middle East, which Israel and America periodically try to do, as we know.
Well, let's take a couple of bits of that in turn. Firstly, the idea of regime change, which one would imagine Israel wouldn't be averse to regime change in Iran, particularly if Iran was going to be a sort of a lovely, secular, liberal democracy. Presumably, there would be a bit of wariness about, I mean, because, the track record of trying to bring about regime change in the Middle East does tend to lead to a sort of at least a period of kind of sort of slight failed statiness. And presumably, would Israel not rather deal with the relative stability of Iran today than another Syria, another Libya, another Iraq that was the size of Iran?
I mean, I think the answer to that is actually no. Amazingly to say, from the perspective of a post-Iraq war Britain, Firstly, they would, the serious people would say, well, there's no comparison between Iran and Iraq. Iraq has this sectarian divide that caused a massive civil war and blah blah blah. Iran has a whole load of different traditions, but has a much stronger history as a unified state. And it would be much simpler to put in a regime that was more favorable to the interests of the West, as was the case before the Islamic Revolution in 1979. So there is actually, a surprisingly strong faction of people in Israel and indeed in Washington who think that's the case.
Right.
And those are the people who Benjamin Netanyahu is allied to. So you can't rule out that serious possibility. Then, the experience of Syria hasn't been so bad for Israel. The chaos in Syria of the civil war and then the overthrow of Assad has weakened the opposition to Israel from that neighbor, that once very powerful neighbor. So again, that doesn't look too bad. You'd rather have your enemies weak and divided than strong.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid there's hard calculations at work here that don't necessarily go along with the idea that we have in Britain that regime change must be terrible for everyone.
How weakened is Iran right now? I mean, because we know that there have been significant killings of top Iranian generals and so on, but Iran is still firing missiles at Israel. Is there much more Iran can do? Is the sort of the military might of Iran at full capacity, or could it could they unleash a bigger counter assault should they wish to?
Yeah, well, there are some people who are still holding out to the idea that Iran has held back its worst, that it's waiting until Israel sort of expends its Iron Dome and David Sling missile defense systems, that it uses up its interceptor missiles, and then will come in with the big guns and really start to do damage to Israeli cities. That's one view, but the more likely idea is that Iran is seriously degraded. I mean, certainly they've done a lot of damage to the senior command, and I think at a level of morale, Iran is not looking good. When you have millions of your citizens fleeing the cities, those incredible pictures overnight of tailbacks in Tehran as the population try to leave. I mean, that does not look good for any regime, even if this regime has shown that it's quite willing to use force to stay in power, which it would do again, but the chance of chaos rather than a clear outcome one way or other are increasing.
Yeah, well, moving away from that conflict in particular, Richard, you've also written about how the growing use of artificial intelligence in military planning generally could increase the risk of nuclear war. It's a warning from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. What are they worried about? How's that going to work? What's the fear there?
Yeah, this is a well-timed report, really. I mean, nothing specifically to do with the Middle East, except insofar as it does touch on nuclear arsenals, which Israel has, and according to Israel, Iran is keen to get. But it does sort of add to this concept that we are living in a very dangerous world at the moment, where the certainties of the Cold War have been replaced not by the belligerent certainties of the Cold War have not been replaced by peace, but by uncertain belligerences. It looks, this is the annual report of the Stockholm Institute. It's the sort of leading independent analyst of nuclear stockpiles around the world. It talks about the fast-growing Chinese arsenal. They've increased their number of warheads from 500 to 600. They've pointed out how Russia and America are now modernizing rather than allowing their nuclear arsenals to fall away, which happened immediately after the Cold War. Big reduction in nuclear missiles and nuclear warheads after the Cold War, but that's now come to a halt. They're both rearming their nuclear arsenals. The last remaining strategic arms limitation treaty, New START as it called, expires in February. No sign of Putin and Trump renewing that one. To add into the mix, it gives this warning about how artificial intelligence adds yet a new uncertainty into the mix. I mean, to put it simply, we all know the case of that Soviet colonel who saw nuclear missiles heading on his computer screen to Russia back in the early 80s and took the unilateral decision that he thought the computer was wrong and that he wasn't going to do anything about it, thereby averting nuclear Armageddon. And it turned out he was right, the computer was wrong. What the CIPRI report says, well, what happens if you have artificial intelligence there? Would it make the same decision? And even if, as one sincerely hopes, you're not just allowing artificial intelligence to take decisions of life and death and love and war, and there are humans involved, does artificial intelligence speed up the decision making so much, that there is this intense, need to react quickly and make those humans, like the good Soviet colonel, react more out of panic and less out of considered thought?
Cheery, cheery, cheery. Thank you very much indeed, Richard Spencer. Richard is, of course, Times' foreign correspondent. Tom Whipple, I've still got you here. But let's tackle the AI point first. I mean, it's obviously the military are going to use AI in order to not to be outpaced by rivals who are using AI.
Yeah, I remember 5 years ago we had these debates about how we had to make sure there was always a human in the loop, and when the people were talking in this sci-fi terms about these killer drones that would one day roam our skies, and these would use AI, but you would always have a human making the kill decision. I think you look at Ukraine now and realize that's not going to happen. That's the Operation Spider's Web where they trained them all on the AI of the bombers. Realistically, AI is going to be there. So yeah, what's it going to be doing with nuclear? I mean, with nuclear, you would hope that there would always be a human again at the end of the decision. My concern, and the concern of lots of people now who sort of in the field, is that we're losing this thing that's called the nuclear taboo, which was this concept that was created. This idea, like cannibalism, it's just something you don't do. Now, you don't have discussions with yourself. There's a dead body. That's a different sort of cannibalism. You're just like, no, cannibalism we don't do. And with nuclear, there are forms of nuclear strike that actually wouldn't be too bad. A tactical nuclear weapon on the battlefield in Ukraine might kill less people than in a normal day. A tactical nuclear weapon uses a bunker-busting bomb to get rid of the Iranian nuclear program. You could see how you could justify it, but we just don't do it. And that seems to be breaking down. And then you end up with a nuclear war, which having said, really bad.
Look, while I've got you, on that subject of the bunker-busting bombs, of the fact that the Iranian nuclear infrastructure being inside mountains, I know this isn't particularly your area of expertise, but I also can't think. How hard is it to blow up a mountain?
It's pretty hard, and actually that's why there are tactical nuclear weapons that are used for this. Bunker-busting bombs are really simple in concept. It's artillery tubes, and then you have it really heavy, and then you...
Let's go back to Bloomberg here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. This is very important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondrial health. They'll boost up your ATP levels. And vitamin B complex is super important for cellular metabolism. And B12 helps to protect your neurons. So please, it's very important for cellular metabolism, energy levels, and protecting your neurons. Take the vitamin B complex every day. Drink it with filtered water.
Meantime, Steve Risciuto at Mizuho Security says, you know what? The economic forecasts, they had been too pessimistic.
Q4 of 2025, we think the economy is going to be right back to trend. Everyone's estimate on GDP is much too low. Really? We have been forecasting recessions for years, since 2022.
Spending at restaurants and bars, part of the retail sales report, they slumped in May by the most in more than 2 years, underscoring how tariffs and geopolitical tensions making consumers a bit nervous about their finances. And then finally, Dine Brands shares up close to 2% in today's trading after Alex incorrectly guessed that Applebee's was the best restaurant in the U.S. I don't know if there's a direct connection, but the shares did rise.
Yes.
Is Applebee's the Bloomin' Onion, or is that the other one? That's Outback.
No,
That's
no,
Outback.
it's Outback.
Where it's like
2,000
I can tell you,
calories
like,
for that
you
blooming
really
onion.
know your dining, really
Yes.
fine dining. You should like do that dine go thing.
Oh my gosh.
Applebee's
Yeah.
was great. You know, do the
Applebee's
reviews.
was really good. I used to fine dine, but you know, then I got a kid, so we stopped doing that.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John was giving you a sense of the markets, a little bit of a sell-off here. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Norma Linda. Nora, what are you looking at?
Well, I've got eyes on JetBlue shares. That's JBLU for the ticker there. We're seeing shares of the company down as much as 4.7% this morning. And that's after the company said that it is seeing weaker than expected demand. That's something that it is expecting moving forward. And it intends to step up some of its cost-cutting measures. So we're seeing it reducing its budget at support centers. It's assessing its hiring practices and vendor spending. So these are all things that people are combing through right now. We're seeing shares under of the company pressured right now, especially as we're thinking about this company returning to profitability, and that doesn't necessarily seem to be an expectation for them moving forward, they've said.
Yeah, and you have to wonder
In the
what's
near term.
next after American Airlines partnership, Spirit deal. Like, is there a resurgence to
Here's
something
my-
along those lines?
My thing is I'm looking at Frontier, Allegiant, JetBlue, all down 40 to 50% this year. I mean, if I'm a regulator, I'm encouraging these guys to get together.
I mean, in theory, yeah, because how else can you possibly compete
I don't know.
with United,
I don't
Delta,
get it.
and American Airlines? Okay, let's go to Lennar. They had earnings out after the bell yesterday.
They did. So this is a home builder. That's ticker LEN. And we're seeing shares up as much as 4.3%. And the company essentially saw it was tempered. Its new orders outlook was tempered by better than expected gross margin results. So while there were some things that people weren't nearly optimistic about coming out of the report, they're really seeing gross margins as better than expected gross margin results, really outweighing any sort of potential pessimism from the company. And if we look at home builders more broadly, I mean, they've really been trying to get back on track, especially as we think about the pressures of tariffs. We think about the pressures of them looking for immigrant workers, also being a concern when we think about mass deportations, and then lumber and all these other things that have really been in the mix here for home builders, in addition to high rates right now. So we're just seeing analysts that are looking toward the group and trying to see whether or not they're able to scale back some of those incentives that they're offering to new home buyers in order to, see some sort of great profit.
All right. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, that 30-year fixed 6.93%.
Oh
My goodness.
So, but
You
you go
look
back.
crazy smart
I
now.
look crazy smart now, but you go back and you put that thing up the last 50 years. That's an average rate. I mean, we were in
I
a.
remember my parents had a 16% 30-year fix.
Yep.
I mean,
So
oh my God, I don't know what I could afford with a 16% hit.
if you're a buyer or
My
seller,
goodness.
you just got to say this is the new normal, and I'm either buying and selling because this is the new norm. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, but comparing 16% with your, grandparents, your parents back in the day is totally different because the power of the dollar was much, much stronger. You could buy more with your dollar. So it's just not. You're comparing apples and oranges. You got to look at the actual rate, and then the actual dollar parity, purchasing parity.
After that rejection, it doesn't seem as though the street is happy about that. But I was looking at Bloomberg Intelligence, and they put out a note where they're saying that this shouldn't necessarily be viewed as a credit negative for the company, but it doesn't seem as though Wall Street is too convinced right now about what's going on here.
All right, very good. We appreciate that, Norma Linda. Good stuff there. If you want more conversations like this, all you have to do is subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers in Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen to your podcasts, and that's where you'll find us. Retail sales came out today, a little bit weaker than expected, I would say, but I don't know. It wasn't it wasn't a disaster. I kind of feel like the consumer's still kind of hanging in there, but let's get to an expert on this. Mari Shore, Senior Equity Analyst for Columbia Threadneedle, joins us here. Mari, what did you make of the retail sales number we saw this morning?
Yeah, I think your read on the report was exactly correct. If you look at the weakness, it was most pronounced in categories like electronics and motor vehicles, where arguably we did see some pull forward ahead of tariffs earlier this spring. But when you look outside of those categories into the more discretionary areas like home furnishings, apparel, e-commerce, the results there were pretty good. And I think it just shows the underlying resilience of the consumer, despite, swings in consumer sentiment that have really worried investors.
But the one services component was restaurant and bar, right? And that's the one services that we get. That fell by the most since early of 2023. What does that mean?
Yeah, I think we've seen a bit of a lagged kind of weakness in some of those categories versus some of the goods categories. Remember, the goods categories really led us out of the pandemic. And then going up against tough compares, we started to see demand in some of those categories moderate. I think we're really seeing the same in a lot of the services areas right now, whether it be travel or eating out. We saw a delayed recovery in a lot of those areas post-pandemic. And a lot of those companies, similar to goods, took a lot of pricing coming out of the pandemic. And I think we're at a point now where we're going up against more difficult comparisons. I think pricing has caught up with a lot of consumers in these areas. And so as a result, we're seeing a lot of, the weakness come through at very similar to what we saw in the goods category starting a couple of years ago.
Mari, so for the retail companies that you follow, what are they kind of saying about their ability to deal with tariffs? Are they taking it in their margin? Are they trying to pass it along to consumers? What are you hearing?
Overall, the retailer's ability to manage tariffs has been much better than I expected coming out of Liberation Day. And it really is a mix of different mitigating factors. A lot of it is moving production around, working more closely with their vendor partners to share in some of these higher costs. And then, the secondary and tertiary mitigating factors are to absorb some of it themselves and to take higher pricing. But I think, all of the companies recognize that they need to be very strategic and surgical in their price increases, and that the consumer is probably not going to be able to absorb significantly higher pricing across the board. Mm-hmm. And for most companies, they do expect a very near-term hit to margins, just as they kind of work through all of these mitigating factors. But as we look out, 6, 12 months, they all seem to feel pretty good about their ability to almost fully offset the higher costs.
Higher costs brings me to oil. I appreciate that the geopolitical risk premium isn't at like 80 or 90 or anything along those lines, but high 70 is really different than 50s. How soon do you expect that to impact, if at all, consumer spending?
I don't expect it to be a huge impact. If we think about higher inflation weighing on consumers' discretionary spend post-pandemic, it was really more, I would say, in the category of food versus fuel. And so I do think there is a certain segment of the population, specifically the lower income consumer who lives paycheck to paycheck, where you do see those higher prices at the pump, weighing more on their monthly discretionary budgets. But overall, I don't view fuel as much of a driver of consumers' ability to spend as food. And I think it's really been that sticky inflation in food and housing that has really been the key headwind for consumers coming out of the pandemic.
All right, Mari, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Mari Shore, Senior Equity Analyst for Columbia Threadneedle Investment. She's up there in Boston. Let's head back out to Canada. Now, I've avoided pronouncing this town.
Oh, me too. Same.
So I've just been saying like Canada or Alberta. Kanaskas? No.
I don't know. You're looking at me.
All right, let's go to David Gurr, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He's at the G7 meeting. David, what's a proper pronunciation there?
Kananaskis, and I will say it was an integral part of my prep before I came out here in the weeks leading up to this summit, having to learn how to say that and say it properly. So you're in good company, Paul. Okay. Don't worry about it.
All right, so we've now, President Trump has left early the G7. I guess that, for better or worse, is kind of the lead story coming out of the G7 here in the second day here. Is the agenda?
It is. They're following that official. Leaders who aren't part of the G7 but are invited guests of the president of the G7. the Prime Minister of Canada, coming to the summit site and having these bilateral meetings with other world leaders. So this morning we saw the Secretary General of NATO coming and meeting with the Prime Minister. Of course, he has a lot on his agenda as he looks ahead to the NATO summit that's going to take place next week. They talked about security and Canada's commitment to spending more on defense here in the years ahead as they spoke to reporters following their greeting at the beginning of today's proceedings. Then you have the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's arrived here as well. And I think as you look at that list of other world leaders who are making the journey here and have made the journey here, there has to be profound disappointment among a lot of them that they're not going to get face time with President Trump. Just looking at Volodymyr Zelensky in particular, he had come here, yes, to meet with these other world leaders, but to make the case once again to President Trump that the U.S. needs to do more militarily to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia. He's now not going to have the opportunity to do that. So he'll have other bilateral meetings over the course of the day here, of course. But there's going to be a tremendous amount of issues here with them not having the kind of latitude or engagement they would have had if President Trump had remained on the ground.
All right, we are having some audio issues or hearing issues with David Gura. His audio dropped there. We'll get back to him in just a second. So with that backdrop, you wonder then how much can actually get done, because any individual or leader there that wanted to sit with President Trump to sort of talk about trade, that no longer is available to them.
Maybe a side trip to Washington, D.C. Perhaps that might be an option for some of these. But yeah, if you're President Zelensky, it's a great opportunity to get in front of President Trump and other world leaders at one spot to plead your case, as it were.
Yeah, and also just sort of getting the latest here from what's unveiling between Iran and Israel. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are meeting in Alberta right now. Both are noting in opening remarks that they had announced a plan to reach NATO's target of spending 2% on GDP on defense this year. Now, Canada's not met the target since first agreeing to do so in 2006. And last year, they only spent about 1.4% of GDP on its military. So Carney saying that will take some pressure off Canada at the NATO meeting next week. Overall, that group is set to agree to a new benchmark now of 3.5% of GDP on military spending. Basically, they're going to be spending more.
Spending more. And when you think about NATO, you think about Germany. Okay, they can get it done given their economy. And I've been told that Poland, given their geographic proximity to Russia, will make good on that commitment. But then you start thinking about everybody else in Europe. Are some of the southern European countries like Italy, like Spain, like Portugal, do they have the economic wherewithal to do that and to make those commitments and meet those commitments? But at least the discussion has started.
Yeah. And then also right before President Trump left, so that discussion is underway. In addition to that, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer sat next to Donald Trump yesterday at Monday's working dinner and said he was left, Starmer saying this, he was left with no doubt that the US president intends to stay out of the conflict between Iran and Israel. That's interesting. He says, there is nothing the president said that suggests he's about to get involved in this conflict. On the contrary, the G7 statement was about de-escalation. And that's according to Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, speaking to reporters on Tuesday morning.
Very good. We have David Gura back in Canada. So David, what's the takeaway, do you think, given this time in Canada with the G7?
I think the focus now is going to shift to that other conflict. And of course, that's taken a backseat here as we've seen the situation in the Middle East really escalate over these last few days. But with President Zelensky here and with the engagement and interest that we've seen among the European leaders who are here at this summit, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation about the path forward there. And I heard you talking about the prospects of maybe seeing President Zelensky making his way to Washington to meet with President Trump. We'll see if anything like that emerges as a result of this. But I just want to stress the official agenda may be the same now without President Trump here, but so much of what was likely to happen here was going to happen on the sidelines with the participation of President Trump. And that's certainly the case when it comes to the Middle East and the crisis in Ukraine, but also when it comes to trade. There was so much expectation going into this among these world leaders that they were going to get a significant amount of face time with the president and his economic team, with the Treasury Secretary and the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. That's now not going to happen in the same way that it would have happened before. And that has to be just a profound disappointment for these leaders, many of whom have traveled an incredibly long distance to be here in this remote part of Canada, Paul.
All right, David, thank you so much for your reporting. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of The Big Take.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I have. If you're 40 years of age or older, it's really important to protect your neurons. You can do that by taking the supplement NAD+. This boosts up your NAD+ levels. That will help to increase your energy, repair your DNA, and protect your neurons. And stack it with ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. If you're taking CoQ10, chances are you're probably taking the wrong type. Ubiquinol is, again, the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. You can't get anything better. Now, with ubiquinol, it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to improve your energy levels of the cell in your tissues. And ubiquinol helps to protect neurons. It's very important to protect those neurons. Take the NAD plus and the ubiquinol together. It stacks really well with C60 and also clarity factor and resveratrol. Taking a multivitamin as a foundational part of your health protocol is super important. This is a multivitamin that is easy to digest. It has vitamin A, vitamin D3, the B vitamins, folate, manganese, selenium, very important. So please take this multivitamin and use this as a foundational piece. Another foundational piece for your health protocol is the probiotic. And then I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorants that are dual purpose. They help to detoxify your body, and you use it as a daily deodorant. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and also in citrus. It has no aluminum and no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all naturals for males and females. It's a dual purpose product. You use it as a deodorant, but it also will help to detoxify your body. And take the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is a dual purpose product. It's going to bring down inflammation. That's important for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And it'll help you to control your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Super important. So please go to my store, take the olive leaf extract every day. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next...
Look who's here now, Kevin O'Leary joining me. Kevin, a trade deal with Canada. Seems to me it's all about energy. Is that the way you see it?
Yep, that's how I see it. And that's talking about a 30-day deal. It boils down to what matters the most in every aspect of economy. You need energy security, but you also, as you can see, what's going on in just the last 48 hours, it's all about AI and data centers. The country that has the energy has the AI, has the economy, has the productivity, and eventually is superior in warfare. This is all going to go to drones and robotics one day, and the country with the best AI. Now, there's a piece of policy that's happened in the last 48 hours that's starting to really freak me out, Stuart, about AI. We have to let the chips that come out of NVIDIA, that come out of Amazon, AWS, that come out of AMD, we have to let those chips go everywhere in the world because they are the queen bee. You have to think about AI as you got the queen bee, that's the chip, and then the ecosphere around it are the honeybees. There's only going to be 2 kinds of honey in the world, Chinese honey and American honey. Do you want countries making Chinese honey? Because as we speak, I'm hearing about these deals Huawei's cutting with a new G6 chip that has AI built in. They're going to flood the market with that in every country that we do not allow our chips to go into. That is insane policy. We need to make the honey. Stuart, it's all about the honey. Who makes the honey? Those are millions of programmers that use the queen bee chip to determine how to build out AI. It's got to be American honey. That's the deal.
Point taken. Let me switch gears for a minute. Israel and Iran. Should we send bunker-busting bombs to Israel? And what would the market's response be if we did send those bombs and they were used on Fordo?
This is the 1,000-pound bomb in the room right now because there's 2 sides to this story. The instability of what happens and what can Iran do? And that's the question. Will we have a spike in oil price? If we drop that bomb on this facility, and we just don't know if it's going to take it out or not, and I say we, is that a Western coalition? Does everybody agree on this? Or is this just an American-Israel mandate? I mean, these are huge questions that are up. And if I were the Iranian people right now, I think I'd ask myself, is this good policy my government's putting forward, or should we cut a deal el pronto before we get wiped out here? Because I think part of what Israel's trying to do is destabilize that, it's obvious, and get the Iranian people to do what the Arab Spring was years ago. And all of that's destabilizing for markets. And so I'd like to see this get out of the way because the economy's doing quite well now. I don't wish a bomb that size to fall on anybody. But that's what's being held out there right now. That's what you and I are talking about. That's what the market's watching by the hour. And by Trump getting on that plane and leaving Alberta, that pushed up the rhetoric.
It did. And he's in the Situation Room, for heaven's sake, where you watch the action unfolding overseas. You can't help but think that something is going on and it's going to happen soon. But Kevin, let me just change the subject one more time. We've got a new poll from Gallup. It shows that AI in the workplace has almost doubled in the last 2 years. 40% of employees say they use AI at least a few times a year. Well, look, you have various companies that you control. Are you using AI? And if so, how are you using it?
100%, Stuart. And I'll tell you how it's being used right now. Forecasting CapEx in every consumer goods company. I often use the wine example. We now know what varietals sell in what states and what we have to grow. And we also check weather patterns using AI to determine whether we should buy a bladder of wine or grow it. You know the wine business too. But the biggest productivity enhancement for large and small businesses together is content generation. The idea of generating an agent, an AI Kevin that can be in every business at every time that I control. And that is becoming a reality. That's what that trip was to the UAE, because it's US first in spending, then it's China, and now it's the UAE third in spending. But I'm telling you, this goes back to our conversation about the queen bee and the honey. I'm really concerned that we must get these chips, flood the market with these chips, so that every programmer is making American honey. American honey. I got to go to the Hill soon. I got to talk about American honey because it's freaking me out. I don't want to see any Chinese honey in my companies.
Give them hell, Kevin. We'll see you again real soon. Thanks for being with us today. See you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And this is Buddy. We're the founders of The Farmer's Dog. We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog. It all started with my first dog, Jada. I got Jada in my early 20s. It was just love at first sight. She was the most adorable, smart dog, but her stomach was just constantly a problem. Nothing seemed to help her until a vet recommended that I started home cooking for her. All of her issues went away. Her life changed. So Brett started going down this journey of looking into what is dog food? How is it made? Kibble can be made with ingredients that would be illegal to sell to a human for consumption, then turned into a powder using extreme heat, extruded into the brown balls we all know, and then sprayed with nutrients and pelletants so the dogs will actually eat it. We were told kibble was the best thing you could feed your dog.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Turns out it wasn't. We were told all the food was real meat and vegetables. That's also not true. I think we all know as human beings that eating highly processed food every single meal, every single day of our lives is not ideal for our health. But pet food being highly processed was just the status quo. So we decided, let's change it. Let's take the decades of pet food research and the understanding of what nutrients dogs need, use that, but avoid the excess processing. I think the question was, how do we make food that's fresh, healthy, and convenient, but do it for every dog across the country? That was like a tough challenge. So we thought we really need to get somebody who knows dog nutrition. We had watched a seminar with Dr. Wachschlag, and I said to Jonathan, I was like, we need to get a guy like him. I was like, okay, I'll call him. Yeah.
As the conflict continues?
Yes, but again, the stronger party here, specifically Trump and arguably militarily Israel, are not interested, it would appear, in negotiations for their own sake. The confusion, I should say, the reason that the negotiations stalled was Iran's refusal to give up uranium enrichment. That's a core project for a civilian nuclear program. It's also a core project for a country that wants an independent military nuclear program. So unless Iran is willing to relent on that, dismantle uranium enrichment as demanded by America and by Israel, there really appears to be no point to restoring the negotiations. At least that's what Trump has been saying, and the Israelis as well.
All right, Dan, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dan Williams, reporter for Bloomberg News based in Jerusalem. He joins us now, though, from London. All right, let's get a look in on the markets then. What do you do when there are headlines like this? Shelby McFadden is investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management to discuss her outlook. How much risk, Shelby, do you think you should have in the markets?
Well, I will start off with saying we are staying invested, right? There are points and in certain portfolios where we have a little bit more cash than we would like to. And it's not because we're sort of taking that step back approach and saying, let's get out of this, we don't want a part of it. It's more so that we're seeing that some of these pullbacks along with the rallies are really broad-based. And so the opportunity for buying in terms of getting in at a price that would favor us in terms of that long-term return, it's not showing up as in a way that we would like, right? So where there are higher cash balances is because we're sort of waiting for those fair valuation opportunities, but going ahead and staying invested because we can't control these sort of big market shocks, right? And it is a bit uncomfortable. It is something that requires a very long-term orientation in order to sort of suffer through it, but it's not putting us on the sidelines. If anything, we're much more active. We're spending a lot more time filling up the universe, even when the price opportunity doesn't necessarily present itself, and just adjusting according to that sort of geopolitical risk as necessary.
Are there certain sectors that screen well for you guys? A lot of folks were saying, boy, now I have an opportunity to buy the Mag-7 when they sold off earlier in the year. What sectors screen well for you guys?
I think right now we have surprisingly actually taken a closer look at certain financials. And in terms of some of our core and income-oriented strategies, trying to get a better look at certain consumer staples companies that are just good at what they do and have been overlooked and sort of punished for where we are in the cycle. In terms of tech, we've taken a look at ServiceNow, which has remained a bit expensive, but they're very mature in their space. They have high quality leadership, great retention, fantastic cross-selling opportunity. And if the runway for agentic AI has been pulled forward the way we think it has, it's a great opportunity if we sort of see any sort of market dip that allows us to enter that position sooner.
Now, you were stalwarts of, say, Costco and Walmart, and I'm assuming you still are, but if I max out on that position, what do I do?
You max out on Costco and Walmart, and you're already maxed out on MasterCard. You can do what we've been trying to do. You can go ahead and play that cow position that we've seen coming up the past week or so, which has been Costco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Walmart. So
that's a thing?
Yeah.
Did you coin cow?
I did not coin cow, and I was devastated that I didn't.
Okay, so
Costco, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and then Walmart. So O'Reilly had been something that we were looking at because when you think about it, and this has been something that's been ongoing since we had a lot of that inflation in autos in 22, 23, people were fixing their cars, right? Now, when we look at that savings being depleted, people are doing that again. And then you add on top of savings depletion, student loan resumption, and tariffs, you're definitely choosing to fix your car if you can, right? And so that has been something that has been periodically a little bit more expensive, but very much staple oriented, similar to how people are fixing their homes instead of trying to sell and buying new ones. So if you can't get into some of those staples already, and you're still not able to get into the toll takers, MasterCard, you could wait for something like an O'Reilly to pop up, or you could look in some of those other consumer staples that are more in sort of the like health and beauty sort of space. Kenvue is a great option for that. We've seen that white label has not penetrated that sort of consumer health space the way that we would expect it to. It's kind of hanging out kind of flat.
The average age of U.S. cars and light trucks, 12.6 years. I'm looking at John Tucker when I say this.
Well, have you looked under the hood of your car? I mean, there's nothing in there I recognize. I couldn't do that anymore. I used to be able to change out a carburetor.
I'm sure there are YouTube videos for that.
Well, yeah, whatever.
It's basically my new car, the 2024 vehicle is, I've been saying, it's basically
Please
my
don't
iPhone
go anywhere near your engine.
My iPhone, it's an iPhone with 4 wheels. That's what it is.
It is.
It's crazy. Is the Fed going to help us out this year, or should we not rely on that?
They could help us out this year, but I wouldn't expect it to be until the end of the year. And as a result, I would not rely on it. I've coined in my team, this is something I have coined, frozen Fed summer. I think that's what we're going to see because there's so much murkiness in the data, right? We're about to enter a period where there's not going to be too much promo shopping. We will have a little bit of promo in July 4th, but a lot of the vacations have been booked, right? Once we start to get into August, it gets a little bit more promo activity for back to school. So there's this short window for June and July, where we can probably have a look at the data and say, are people still spending? Is this kind of just the weather? What are we going to get here? And so that'll help us out a little bit. But shortly after that, we'll have murky data again from promo from Labor Day. And then all of a sudden it'll be promo from Christmas. So I'm not sure the Fed's going to have a great idea what we're looking at unless there's a really huge swing in employment in a negative direction. I would probably bet that employment would push them faster than just sort of retail and CPI data.
How do you guys look at the international trade, right? The Bank of America Fund Manager Survey came out today and said that 54% of respondents think the international trade is like the place to be in the next 12 months.
We have on our team, that's something we started looking at a couple of months ago. We were, I don't want to say early movers, but we were early believers in the international trade and especially in Europe. Now, Europe had gotten beat up for a long time, but it's a place that we decided to just stay the course. And that is part of what comes with active, but also concentrated portfolios where you're going ahead and saying, let's handpick 20, 30 spots. And this is where we're going to position ourselves. So thankfully, we're not having to time the market there. But we have decided to take a step and say, okay, is it European discretionary? Is it European financials? Is it European defense, right? Where do we need to go ahead and take more time and be more interested in just building up that universe? So the short answer to that question is yes. We're definitely taking a look because especially between France and Germany, we know that there's going to be more spending there. Not just defense, but in general. The world savers are about to spend a bit more money. So how can we go ahead and orient ourselves? We have strong positions in companies like Icon, which is in pharmaceuticals, Nintendo, which I don't have to describe Nintendo, right? That's just a strong operator. But we also have positions, and these are in our model portfolios, companies like Simrise, where we're talking about different additives for scents and products like that. So being in that space already sort of gives us an advantage when that market kind of comes in the upswing.
One other name here I want to get to, United Parcel Service. Yeah. Folks in Brown. What's going on there?
So that's always been one of my favorite positions. It's something I've covered ever since I've been at Motley Fool Asset Management. And it's because they have a fantastic operator. Carol Tomei is a force of nature. They've gotten beat up over the past year or so because of the labor negotiations. I think a lot of investors thought they were going to come out with a bit more of an upper hand than they did, but they've already faced a lot of those costs on the upfront. What they've gone ahead and done is shedded business that's not profitable for them. And so that business is now going to absolutely dilute pricing in the market, and they've taken themselves out of it. So when we come out on the other side of this business cycle, we feel very comfortable with our position in UPS because people find ways to buy things. When we look at the overall financing nature of just consumption at this point, we know that there's going to continue to be movement of goods. And so finding that position where they're also a solid yielder and pretty high shareholder return, we're more than happy to be there.
Great stuff, Shelby. Always love chatting with you. So fun. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management. I'm so upset you didn't coin cloud. I mean, cow.
I know. And it's just, I think the journalist who did, I want to meet that person.
Yeah.
Because what a line.
What a line. Yeah, they need to get into marketing. All right, Shelby, thanks a lot. Always wonderful to get your perspective. Let's get you caught up now with the Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to John Tucker.
All right, weak economic data, Middle East tensions driving stocks down, and oil is rising. Right now, the S&P 500, 21 points lower. That's down 0.4%. We're at 6,011. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 93 points lower. That is down 0.2% right now. And the NASDAQ 100, 74 points lower. That is down 0.3%. Brent crude up 2.3%, $74.90 a barrel. JetBlue Airways shares, they're dropping 3%. They have plans to cut costs by eliminating some flights, pausing retrofits, and parking some jets due to weaker than expected demand for travel. JetBlue right now down 3.6%. Then you have Verve Therapeutics, ticker symbol VERV. Those shares are soaring right now, of something like 77% after Eli Lilly agreed to buy the gene editing startup for $1.3 billion. And the Fed opening its two-day policy meeting today. Amanda Gotti of PNC Bank says they are on hold till later this year.
The data does not suggest an aggressive stance one way or another. So we think the answer is very much stay on pause, be data dependent, and kind of see how things play out. The wild card is really what's happening with the path for WTI and energy prices.
And let's wrap up with golf news. The PGA Tour hiring Brian Rolap, who, as its chief executive officer, he's going to lead both the PGA Tour and PGA Tour Enterprises. His career spans 2 decades in the NFL, and he admits he's got a lot to learn about golf. in football, golf. Both have balls. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well as all your streaming devices. You can check us out on Bloomberg Originals. So Citadel recently doubled down on moving to Florida after CEO Ken Griffin brought staffers to Palm Beach during the COVID-19 pandemic. And since relocating to Florida, Griffin has praised the state's...
All right. Oil is trading at 71.76 and broke the 72.95 support level. So now it should go down a little bit more. So right now, at least in the short term, we have a resistance level at 72.95 and a support level at 68.50 for oil.
My 20s. I gave my time. I actually tutored in the inner city of Chicago and saw firsthand.
All right, let's take a look at, let's listen to Al Jazeera here. Stop dealing with Gaza. I want them to talk about, I want to listen more about Iran. Let's see here.
Today, Bitcoin climbs to...
All right, let's go to CNBC.
Joining us now is Aaron David Miller, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace Senior Fellow and former Arab-Israeli negotiator, also has a book on America's elusive search for Arab-Israeli peace. It's good to have you. What do you think the U.S. does? Do you think it ultimately enters in some military form?
Look, I think the president confronts a dilemma, as do the Israelis and the Iranians. He does not want to enter this war. It's got too many uncertain consequences, but at the same time, he can't end it. And in a way, he's in a box. And I think what you see reflected in his statements and his actions, including the 11th hour departure from Calgary last night, highly orchestrated, urging all Iranians to leave Tehran. He still doesn't want to go to war, so they're trying to come up with a diplomatic off-ramp, maybe using the vice president and his friend Stephen Witkoff. Hard to imagine while Israeli attacks continue and while the Iranians don't want to give in, that diplomatic off-ramp is going to be anything other than a key to an empty room.
I mean, the president has been very consistent on Iran. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. So is Israel able to achieve that, I guess, is one question, without the U.S., or is it just inevitable that the U.S. enters?
You know, Sarah, the last four presidents have also made it unmistakably clear, repeatedly clear, consistently clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They failed.
Right. And frankly, as a consequence of Mr. Trump's decision in 2018 to withdraw from a flawed but highly functional agreement, which restrained and constrained Iran's pretensions to get a weapon, the Iranians are now closer than ever. So you now have a crisis without an opportunity. Yeah, we could go in using the bunker busters, the GBU-57 bombs carried only by B-2 Spirit bombers, 20,000-pound bombs, 20 feet long, drop 6 or 7 of those on the main enrichment facility at Fordo, and you could probably destroy it. The problem, of course, is how does that end the program? Without occupying Iran and literally forcing some sort of regime change, which would be a disaster, it seems to me, you're now faced with neither a black or white solution. So you have three options here. Number one, the Israelis continue to do what they're doing without destroying the program. Second, against all odds, you end up with some kind of diplomatic off-ramp. Or third, the administration basically succumbs to Israeli pressures to basically enter the war, and that will deal the program a considerable, perhaps even a fatal blow for now. But again, oil's going to go over $100 a barrel. You're going to end up with Iranian strikes against American forces and likely against Saudi infrastructure. And again, where is the end state here? That's the problem, both with Israel's policies and ours.
Meantime, the question will be how much infrastructure is vulnerable in the meantime. Journal's got a piece up right now saying that 2 oil tankers collided in the Gulf of Oman, not because of any issues with the straits being blocked, but just because so many transmissions are being jammed by both sides in this conflict. That's troublesome for oil, or it might be.
I mean, it's a critical point. Without closing the Straits of Hormuz, which the U.S. would open at some cost, Iranians have all sorts of asymmetrical policies to pursue to create confusion. Look at the Red Sea. Look what the Houthis have done. They basically have forced international shipping to raise its costs, and instead of going through Suez, which has cost the Egyptians hundreds of millions of dollars in toll revenues, they've got to go around the Cape of Good Hope, which adds another 3 weeks to those trips, jacks up insurance rates, and increases the cost of consumer goods. So again, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. This is a terrible regime. It prosecutes, imprisons, tortures its citizens, but there are no good responses here. And that's the dilemma for this administration. And I worked for half a dozen Republicans and Democrats. It's been their dilemma as well.
All right, let's listen to Talib here. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This is a dual-purpose product. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your cartilage, your musculature, your joints, and your bones. You get a big scooper, take a scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even just with milk. But take it every day. This is a month's supply. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's also going to bring down inflammation. That's important for your vascular system and for your immune system. Ashwagandha root helps to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Super important for your vascular system and your immune system. Lignans is a powder. You mix it with filtered water. Take it every day. This is dual purpose. It's going to help bring down inflammation. It's going to soak up free radicals. Also, lignans helps your immune system and your endocrine system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get those supplements and stack the turmeric, the ashwagandha together, and the lignans. And that's a very powerful stack for your immune system and your vascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Life moves fast. With Citizens, you and your business are ready for anything.
I'm thinking second location. Great. Let's dive back into your financials.
Make sense of your money with Citizens Business Banking.
Where do we go from
yes.
here? Because this has been a choppy year, but is the worst over in terms of the risk priced into the markets, given all that we're seeing, geopolitical risk, risks tied to the fiscal situation of the U.S.?
This is the environment where one
needs to buy insurance.
Justify tail hedge because of the uncertainty rather than the direction. But and of course it did work out this time, as it does work out, almost always. But it did work out, compared to other approaches to hedging that either failed or didn't perform well.
You became a household name, essentially, at least in Bloomberg viewing households, when you wrote The Black Swan. Yeah. And I wonder if now that we're all thinking about that after you sort of unveiled it.
Yeah.
If it's less of a threat, because we're all looking for the unknown unknowns.
No, actually, what has happened is it's more complex. It started with fooled by randomness, where people don't understand the difference between noise and signal, and mistake very often noise for signal. Things have gotten worse.
Yeah.
Okay. The understanding of tail events has gotten worse. Okay, the pricing of tail events, what we think would be more rational, has gotten worse. Okay, people use bad models more and more.
Wow.
And so it is interesting. I saw that over a 25-year, the life of my book collection, the Inserto, the first one being Fooled by Randomness. So I don't think that there is consciousness of risk that has improved. We just think that at any point in time that we live in a more risky period than our ancestors or that we did before, but it's just a normal perception.
So it's interesting. A couple of years ago, Mark Spitznagel over at Universa warned that this was a tinderbox time bomb of a situation with the U.S. debt load, and that certainly has gotten worse. But the markets have been pretty complacent to it.
So
is this time different?
Yeah, let's look at markets. Okay, markets are not driven by long-term economic stuff. Is driven by allocations. Okay, for example, people think that the market reflects today the impact of the tariffs and these policies that may or may not be rational. No, markets are driven by certain allocation parameters, and people, of course, panic sometimes, but they got to satisfy these. In the long run, of course, the economy will decide, and we have severe problems. The first one being the accumulated deficit, and it's snowballing, as you know, and with interest rates here, it is adding every year to the budget, so just to stay in the same place. Plus, what has happened with a lot of modern economies is that as you get richer, you see, it's normal that your growth rate will slow down because you have fewer people in poverty in your economy. You have to import, actually, poverty from elsewhere. Okay? It's like an S-curve, like a natural S-curve that we see in nature. At the top of the S-curve is when people borrow, when their growth potential is much lower, and for natural reasons. It's not nothing to do with policies. So we should be borrowing less now that we have reached almost reached destination, because it's what we call a decreasing growth rate, and which is normal, whereas countries in Africa and Asia are far away from that point. You see, they still have people in poverty that they got to pull up, and that will increase their GDP. And they can borrow, but they're not the ones borrowing.
Right. But we're not going to be borrowing less. I mean, clearly, we're going to continue to increase deficits, at least if this one big, beautiful bill is passed. And I wonder about the products that Universa sells, right? Yeah. You can hedge against the kind of tailors, like if the U.S. defaults on treasuries, right? We see a drop.
We are focused on the stock market. We just use that as a driver. Okay?
Right.
So because you're targeting one variable, you're not targeting events because events are not well defined, but that variable is very well defined.
Well, I'm just saying that this is an event, a default that would trigger, an instantaneous drop. But it's harder to hedge against something like the slowing decline of the dollar.
Yeah, but okay, so that is but that would end up being reflected in stocks. The slow decline of the dollar, and effectively the second risk. So the first one is the deficit. The second one is effectively that the dollar is losing its status as a reserve currency.
What proof do you have of that, though?
You can see the accumulation of gold in the reserves and the behavior of gold over the past 12 months, and it didn't start with Trump's policies. Of course, it started with Biden when he froze the accounts of people connected to Putin,
right?
And and of course, thinking that it'd be limited there, but people not connected to Putin, decided to stay away from a euro and a dollar, and gold is effectively now the reserve currency.
So
transactions take place in dollars, euros, usually dollars, and at the same rate. However, they get converted back into gold. And when we can see it from the accumulation of reserves.
You know, it's interesting. Citigroup just this morning said the gold rally might hit a timeout this year. They said that it could start to retreat after running to near record highs.
What do they know? How do they know? How do they know?
Well, that's my question to you. If you were afraid of where the U.S. deficit is, if you were concerned about the dollar, and at this point, geopolitical risk, are you stockpiling gold? Even at this level?
Okay, I'm not a central bank, so, but I mean, I think that with what's going on now, particularly with the new administration, the perception of America is the riskiness of America has increased. So on top of that move into gold that started with Biden, we have now a move into gold by people who are afraid of these policies, and
including central banks around the world, which doesn't look like it's going to let up.
Especially central banks around the world. So the dollar is a good transactional currency, because people can label things in it a storage currency. And this is what we're facing now.
Just over the last 24 hours, we're hearing that Millennium, for example, is one of the firms that is looking to sell a stake at a $14 billion valuation. These massive multi-strats and non-banks have been much bigger in the market. Do you ever worry about systemic risk with the way things are going?
Much less with hedge funds. And I kept advocating for the transfer of risk from banks to hedge funds, because hedge funds don't have the skin in the game problem. Okay, bankers, of course, they have very little to lose, and they're prone to bailouts. On top of that, hedge funders have their money in it, so I think the risk management is much more rational with hedge fund than it has been with banks. Banks, they use just models to cover, their reputation and nothing else.
What do you think, though, about the opacity of private markets, especially as they continue to grow? I mean, they're bulging, right? Everybody's racing to put it, and it has been for years, and yet it doesn't. There's no Carson Block looking at these.
Okay, if there's no bailout potential, then opacity isn't harmful. You see, because those punished will be those who put money in it. That's the functioning of a normal functioning of a market. However, if there's a potential bailout, then we need to know what we may have to bail out. You see, so this is where I would look more into the details of what we are insuring as taxpayers, what we are insuring.
But so Nassim, that's better off bank, right? That's better in the shadow banking system. If it comes to a bank branch near you, then it's a problem.
But the banks are lending more to the non-banks. That's the problem.
Banks became utilities progressively. After 2009, 2008, 2009, after that period, people understood that they should not be taking risks, and progressively money went where it should go.
You know, it's interesting. The hedge fund industry, by and large, throughout the course of this year, we've been talking about it a lot. They've done okay. Actually, everybody has held up through the course of all of this volatility. My question to you, you were talking about the big risks that the U.S. is posing.
Yeah.
What about the Trump administration's strategy? Is there more volatility ahead?
So, let me tell you, long term, this is why I think that we need to worry, maybe not about the stock market. It may express itself elsewhere. We need to worry because the approach is not very rational. First of all, they're amateurs doing numbers to start with. The other thing is when we have 4% unemployment, think about it, you have 4% unemployment. It means the economy. What are you going to do now with these tariffs? Try to shift business from high added value into low added value? This is what we're invited to do? Well, that will depress GDP. So in other words, it's like asking a surgeon, just for balance, to clean the streets one day a week, okay? So of course, it will depress GDP. That's exactly what the Trump administration is getting us to do. I understand tariffs. Tariffs may be necessary in many areas. Tariffs need to be symmetric and stuff like this. So this we understand. But the way they're going about it makes no sense.
Can you understand, the reasoning behind it? Because these are people that Trump has around him, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Stephen Miller, who they're not idiots, right? They've done well in their careers. They went to Ivy League schools. Like, what are they? Why are they doing this?
There's a difference between, they're not idiots and they're not specialists in that area, right. And they're probably okay in what they've done in the past. Although
Peter
I'm not
Navarro.
sure about all of them. Yeah. Peter Navarro, I apologize, but I'll have to say that in his own domain, he hasn't fared well. Okay, the other ones had some kind of performance in an area that is orthogonal, in other words, uncorrelated to the current performance. It's like asking a dentist to do brain surgery. Okay, may do better than average. I'm not sure. Okay, so none of them really is a specialist of the area that they're discussing. And this is where I find myself agreeing with the economists. Okay, that basically it makes no sense, and the approach is irrational. You see, the idea of confronting China is irrational. But now let's think about what are going to be the effect. Well, there are two things they're doing. The first one, tariffs on things.
The economists have been wrong with this whole tariff thing. They said that we were going to have this hyperinflation, didn't happen. That our shelves would be empty, didn't happen. That our stock market would crash, didn't happen. It actually, it was an opportunity to buy. We're less than 120 points away from an all-time high on the S&P 500. The economists were saying that the dollar was going to crash and our treasury yields would skyrocket. Didn't happen. Actually, if you look at historical averages, they're going to the historical average. So these economists have been wrong for the last nine weeks about what's going on with tariffs. Now, with China specifically, people need to start realizing there's two issues here. One is the rising of China's military and that preventing our hegemonic power projection in Asia. The other issue is the rebalancing of manufacturing in the United States, where the United States becomes less of a consumer and more of a producer, while China becomes more of a consumer and less of a producer. And so both sides need to rebalance. So that means that globalization has to change. There's a change in the movement of the last 35 years of globalization, where the United States has been the primary buyer of goods, while other countries are the primary production of those goods. So there's two things going on here. The economist modeling is wrong. And then there is this hegemonic power issue that's going on. And if we don't reverse course, the 35 years of globalization, we are going to be gutting our manufacturing, our prowess to wage war against China. So is Taleb thinking that we should just have a one world government under the CCP? Think about if China wins a war against the United States. That would mean that other nations will be galvanized to become more top-down government, more centralized. Because there's an awful lot of socialists out there. There's a lot of communists out there in the United States and even in Europe. So if the United States lost a war with China, they would have more countries trying to adopt the one-party rule model, the CCP model. And that's antithetical to the Constitution of the United States. That's not a constitutional republic. That's what's at stake here. And all the economists are fucking wrong. And people just need to, put on their big boy pants, pull up their bootstraps and say, we're going to go to war with China.
That we don't produce. I mean, it's going to tax not the middle class, but is going to clash
poorest among
the
us.
poor,
Yeah.
because
Progressive.
and then it compensating that with a tax break doesn't work if you don't pay taxes.
Well, my question too is you have the Treasury Secretary saying that, okay, well, maybe artificial intelligence will make this economy more productive. Do you buy that? Or
Maybe we can
cut more
wait.
jobs?
Yeah, maybe for Christmas we'll get Santa Claus coming in and distributing money. But a lot of things can happen with maybe. You see, with it, as the French would say, with maybe you can put Paris in a bottle, right? So the idea of these the tariffs may be sound. The way they're going about it is about it's like trying to wreck the boat voluntarily. That's the first one, is tariffs. The second one is immigration. I don't know if you realize the structure of American businesses and American labor. Last time we had a labor shortage, we saw what prices did. Okay, people have large loans. Everything is based on cheap labor. Okay, coming from Latin America or elsewhere. Everything's based on it. So trying to constrain that source of labor may make sense in the long run, but like in Japan, for example, they have small houses. Here, people have mansions. Okay, you won't be able to find people to mow the lawn or do things. And if you have to wait for artificial intelligence, okay, let me know when it comes and revise my opinion. For the time being, we don't have cheap robots.
Yep.
So there's a lot of dangers in these policies because it's not that they didn't think of the second order effects.
I think we need to control our immigration policy. One, because if you have a porous border and it's not controlled, you don't have controlled immigration, you're going to change the actual makeup of the society. You have to titrate it properly. If you titrate it too quickly, you're going to change the society and it's not going to be for the better. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel. I have it in the dispenser, in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. All right, you use it the same way. Use it the same way. It's dual purpose. Use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. If you're not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. If you have a lesion, put it on the lesion and it'll help to heal it. You know, like a cut, an abrasion, minor burn, they'll help to heal that wound. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. D3 and K2 coupled together helps with building more bone density. It'll help to absorb calcium, do resistance training, and your bone density will improve. Very important. If you're 40 years of age, start doing resistance training and taking D3 and K2. Also, take magnesium and calcium supplements. But it's very important to build bone density. But not just that, D3 and K2 can help with cardiovascular system. D3 and K2 can help pull out some of that calcium deposit, and D3, K2 can help reduce the actual calcium depositing around plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, what's going on in the markets? The S&P 500 is trading at 6,019. VIX is trading at 19.89. Euro is trading at 115. Oil is trading at $72.04. BITO is trading at 20.895. Japanese yen is trading at 144.96. Natural gas is trading at 3.56.
Rise in energy prices, the immediate trade of risk off, markets down, really gets priced out of the market after 3 to 6 months.
Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon Wealth Management. The Trump administration is discussing policies that would make it harder and more expensive for pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to patients in a move that could disrupt more than $10 billion in annual ad spending. AbbVie and Pfizer are particularly big spenders. AbbVie alone spent $2 billion on direct-to-consumer drug ads last year. Shares of both companies are lower. AbbVie down 1.7%. Pfizer lower now by 1.1%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 13 points, down 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, Charlie, and good to see you. Welcome to the Tuesday edition on the early side on Balance of Power. That means Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, YouTube as well. Dial us up on YouTube by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. You can watch us live as well on Bloomberg Originals. And we have breaking news because that's what we do around here at high noon on the East Coast. The IDF identifying missiles, this just crossed the terminal, launched from Iran toward Israel. We have another wave with missiles in the air right now as we start our broadcast live from Washington. And we're going to keep tabs on this as we walk from Canada to Washington, retracing the footsteps of Donald Trump, the president of the United States, over the past 12 to 24 hours here. He ditched the G7. He left early. We know this. It happened late yesterday to get back to Washington, presumably to manage the affairs surrounding Israel and Iran. The president had asked for his National Security Council to be assembled in the Situation Room this morning. They did have a scheduled 11 a.m. meeting. And before we saw this headline cross on missiles being launched, the president of the United States took to Truth Social. This is a short time ago, just before we took air. We now have, he writes, complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers, he says, and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff, in quotes. Nobody does it better, he writes, than the good old USA. Now, of course, we are waiting for a decision by the president. We're going to be exploring this question, unless, of course, he answers it during our program, about what to do here and whether the U.S. should, in fact, get involved offensively in this effort to eliminate Iran's nuclear weapons program. Like I said, we're going to retrace the president's steps, bringing us back to Canada and the G7, where a group of world leaders are looking around the room now without the president of the United States to speak with them. Having initially declined to sign the G7 statement on Iran, the president reversed his position. This is interesting. According to an official, declined to say what the changes were here, but the president has signed off on a statement condemning what's happening in Iran, calling for both Iran and Israel to show restraint. Appeared in an earlier draft of the agreement that has been changed. Now, David Gura is still in Banff, Canada. He's with us right now in the Canadian Rockies for the latest on this. What's the feeling, David, now that he's gone, and what were you given for a reason?
Well, what we heard from the White House yesterday after this was announced is the president had to get back to Washington, had to deal with the Middle East. And indeed, we heard that from the president directly as he went through the routine of standing for that family photograph yesterday before dinner. He sat down for dinner, had that dinner with world leaders before he got on Air Force One and made that long flight back to Washington, D.C., a long flight on which he was able to fire off a few posts, further explaining his rationale for leaving. President Emmanuel Macron of France suggested, as world leaders were processing what had happened, that maybe the president had done this because he saw a role that he could play as a kind of peacemaker, that he could establish a kind of temporary ceasefire between Iran and Israel. And on that flight back, the president really pushed back on that, had some cross words for the French president and said he's interested in something more durable, an end to that conflict between Israel and Iran. We'll see what happens, but this opens up just a huge amount of questions here about what the U.S.'s engagement is going to look like going forward here. And you laid it out, Joe. There is that military track. Does the U.S. get involved by sending the kind of support that Israel doesn't have and getting involved in the conflict that way? Or does it pursue this diplomatic track? And over the course of this summit, the first day of it at least, President Trump said over and over again the solution had to be diplomatic. He said that Iran had to get back to the table, and indeed said that Iran was at the table. It had no other choice but to be there. That statement is so fascinating because, again, we saw it evolve over the course of the day. We saw the president finally agree to it, acquiesce to it, I guess you could say, after that dinner with those other world leaders. Interesting also at the bottom of it, Joe, a nod to the fact.
Okay, breaking. There's explosions heard in Tehran right now. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera here.
Also related to the activation of air defense system, which relates to further escalated situation. And on the other hand, we've got Iranian army officials saying that if Israelis decide to step back, we're there to escalate. But it seems that This is far from the reality as the Israeli strikes continue. And the Iranian officials, the military officials in particular, are now saying that we're going to strike back stronger and in a very crushing way. A couple of minutes ago, we've got this report from IRIB saying that Iran's 10th wave of strikes against the Israeli territories has just started, and we are anticipating further missiles landing down in the Israeli territories. Also,
two large explosions reported in Iran's northwestern city of
8
Tabriz.
missiles launched from the Iranian territories to target the Israeli important targets. And this is showing the strong situation, this strong sense of retaliation that the Iranian side is talking about. And this is the same when you look at the statements coming from politicians. The midnight post of Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian on his X account was that wait for a surprise. And what happens today and what is going to happen today and tonight indeed is indicative of Iranian tendency towards striking back harder compared to the previous times.
Yeah, Tohed, we've even heard from the Israeli military in the last few minutes that missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel again in the last few minutes. For now, that is Tohed Asadi live in Tehran. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Far from Kananaskis in Banff, where they're going to be rounding things out without the president. So let's go to where the president is. That's the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has been at the White House all day waiting for news to come from the Situation Room. We don't have anything on the schedule here, Tyler, at least yet. Do we think we hear from the president today?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, it's been our understanding that President Trump has been inside the Situation Room and still no public events on the schedule. But we did get that post on Truth Social earlier, which could indicate that we could hear further from the president later on today. And you mentioned some of it at the top of the program, but it is worth reiterating that about 15 minutes ago, the president posted saying that, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff," in quotes. Of course, this definitely heightens the U.S. support of these ongoing Israeli strikes. And the question being here at the White House is, what is U.S. involvement going to look like moving forward? The White House officials say that they are maintaining that defensive posture, though they did move military assets into the region. And analysts tell us that if the U.S. were to get involved, it likely wouldn't be troops on the ground, but it would be air or sea assistance. So we're watching this very closely to see if officials do announce that they are moving into that more offensive position. And we sort of saw speculation heighten after a post from the vice president earlier today, J.D. Vance taking to X and saying that the president may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. Of course, talking about Iran's nuclear program, which President Trump has said is really at the crux of this, that he wants them to abandon those ambitions. In fact, the White House circulated to us reporters here a fact sheet of all the times that President Trump has called for this earlier, saying that he's called for it no less than 15 times since taking office. We should note, though, Joe, as David Gura was mentioning, the potential for diplomatic de-escalation. The president did say earlier today that he would consider dispatching either Vance or Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. If it potentially came to that, of course, that would be a big development that we're watching closely.
Really glad you mentioned the post from J.D. Vance, Tyler, because it gets to an interesting component of this whole story, and that's the way this is being felt in MAGA world. So to your point, the White House is really trying to drill down here on consistency by the president. No nukes for Iran ever. J.D. Vance went on to write, he may decide he needs to take further action, as you said, Tyler, but I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. And it follows President Trump's post on Truth Social about 16 hours ago. Somebody please explain to Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We've only got about 30 seconds here, Tyler. It speaks to the pressure he's feeling on both sides.
Definitely, and it does risk perhaps widening a rift within his base of supporters after he did campaign on removing the U.S. from foreign entanglements when it comes to national security concerns. And I would just also point out that then Senator J.D. Vance was one of the most vocal opponents when it came to stopping aid flows to Ukraine. So it's interesting to see him weigh in on this issue as well.
Absolutely. Tyler, stay close. If the president speaks, Tyler will bring it to us here on Balance of Power. Tyler Kendall at the White House. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. The IDF says missiles are in the air right now from Iran to Israel. We have a lot more to talk about.
I tell you, it's going to get heated. But I do think that the proper course of action is to...
Mike Keppel here, Patriot Software's founder. I have a huge respect for small business owners, especially...
I think the right course of action is to decapitate the Ayatollah. All right. France 24 is talking about the G7 summit. So let's skip that. Talking about Zelensky. I don't really care about Zelensky right now. Let's see. Let's listen into Will Kane here. He's live.
Not an ideologue, not a pacifist, not someone who is doctrinaire on no new wars, but someone who does think in terms of a deal, and always a good deal for America. And if intervention or negotiation is the path to a low-cost deal that serves the interest of America, I think you have the right president to find that deal in President Donald Trump. That's my case. For the
my case is, and I'm really listening to Will Kane. I mean, it's like if you're driving through middle America on a long trip between the East Coast and the West Coast or something, you know, and you're driving right through, let's say, Pennsylvania or Ohio or whatever. All right. You know, the reality of the situation is this. We've been kicking the can down the road for too many damn decades. And if we don't take this opportunity to decapitate the Ayatollah, we never will. They'll get a nuclear weapon and it's going to change the power dynamics and we'll lose the hegemonic power in the Middle East. Not only that, where does China get most of its oil? Iran. If you can control the oil fields, either directly or indirectly, then you're cutting off the oil supply to China. And believe me, our biggest enemy is China. So being a pacifist is only going to cause further problems down the road for the United States. So don't be a wussy and just get the job done. It's really simple. But we got people that
Prime
are
Minister
afraid.
told Chris Hope that you think gets rid of the pull factor. You can't be deported if you're from one of those countries. It's our ideal.
Let's see, there's Al Jazeera is talking about Gaza. Let's see here. Let's listen to this. No, I think we already heard that. Regions. Let's listen to, this was on ABC News.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Reports. Of course, we are continuing our coverage of those heavy strikes exchanged between Israel and Iran. The IDF now says Iran launched less than 100 rockets towards Israel. An emergency officials say at least 41 people were injured as a result of those attacks. This comes as Israel.
This is an older video. It's an older video. Let's just stick with the new stuff. Tucker Carlson, Stephen Bannon slam warmongers. I guess I'm a warmonger. You know, the thing is, if we keep on kicking the can down the road, we are never going to solve this problem. And Iran is eventually going to get a nuke. And what are you going to do then? And all those pacifists are going to be all worried. So let's listen to the Hill. I think this is a big issue in the United States, honestly. We have too many pacifists. They're really within the MAGA movement. There's an opportunity to totally get true lasting peace in the Middle East here with probably without even boots on the ground. And we're not even willing to take it. All right, let's listen in.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90%.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a just splendid show for you today, of course.
as
It is
always.
Tuesday morning, yes, and I'm excited about it, aren't you?
Me too. I'm always excited to be here with you in DC from Denver. So tell me, what's on your radar?
Okay, let's do it. Well, when it comes to the conflict between Israel and Iran, the U.S. government and President Donald Trump, most of all, needs to listen to America First conservatives who know that the people of the U.S. do not want our country involved in another regime change war. In fact, I can't say it any better than Tucker Carlson, who was on Steve Bannon's podcast yesterday to urge Trump to let cooler heads prevail. Importantly, Tucker emphasized that this is not about being anti-Israel. It's not anti-Israel at all to want to engage in diplomacy with Iran rather than warfare. Watch this.
If you think I'm anti-Israel, man, you have lost the plot, son.
I think there's too many people that throw this term anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel too easily in the society. It's much more complex than that. There's nothing wrong with trying to negotiate for a peaceful settlement. But the problem here is that this is going to thousands of years of deep hatred between Esau and Jacob. And that this has been written down for a couple thousand years that this was going to happen. And that there's literally going to be a decapitation, literally a decapitation of Esau. And at the spiritual level, Esau repents. At the physical level, there is a decapitation. Esau is represented with Iran, and Jacob is going to win this overall battle. It's not going to be easy, but we're seeing what was written in the Zohar 1,300 years ago, based on some scholars' interpretation of who wrote it. There's others that say it was closer to 2,000 years ago. But the point here is we are living in a time period where we actually see the ending of one of the twins. And Esau is going to die. This has already been written. So let's stop kicking the can down the road. Why should we wait? Why should we wait for Iran to get a nuclear weapon? It's easier to do it now. It would have been easier to do it 10 years ago. It would have been easier to do it 20 years ago. But we were afraid. And as Iran gets closer and closer to a nuclear weapon, it becomes more and more problematic. So it's time to stop being a pacifist. See, it's too easy to be a pacifist. It's too easy to just say, oh, we should just give peace a chance. Well, what happens when you do that decade after decade after decade and allow for a slow, incremental creep of technology leading to nuclear capability in Iran? That's exactly what has happened by being a pacifist. Being a pacifist did not help us. Being a pacifist made it worse. But that doesn't mean that being a pacifist is being anti-Israel. Absolutely not. So I agree with Tucker on this point that he's making. But the real issue here is a 2,000-year-old prediction that Esau is going to die. He will be decapitated. But before that decapitation, a part of the society that is Esau repents and aligns with Jacob to help kill the other part of Esau. The Ayatollah must die. Must die.
If you think I'm your enemy, not at all. I like Israel. Are you kidding? I've spent a lot of time there. I continue to like it. I pray that Jerusalem is not damaged. I feel so sad for the Israelis who've been killed in the last couple of days and the Iranians who've been killed in the last couple of days. It had nothing to do with any of this.
Struggling to pay off your debt? National Debt Relief is here to help you with debt consolidation, a solution that could simplify your finance.
Tucker continues.
But the point is, if you think that saying, hey, let's focus on my country where I was born, where my family's been for hundreds of years, that was the promise of the last election, please do it. If you think that's hate, you know, you've really lost perspective, I guess is what I would.
Tucker went on to say that while he loves Trump, he is really worried that if Israel drags the U.S. into its war, Trump's entire agenda could be derailed. I actually really love Trump, says Tucker. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person, but I'm really afraid my country is going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of the American empire, end quote. Tucker then criticized the neocons and nation builders in the Republican Party who are pushing the U.S. toward war. He called them out by name, Mark Levin, Sean Hannity, and others who do not have the best interests of the MAGA movement and the Trump agenda, let alone the nation, in mind. Meanwhile, Iranian officials are signaling behind closed doors that they are open to more dialogue with the U.S. about nuclear proliferation if the U.S. does not join Israel's war effort. Now, that's according to reporting in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere. An Arab official told the Journal that the Iranians know the U.S. is supporting Israel in its defense, and they are sure the U.S. is supporting Israel logistically, but they want guarantees the U.S. won't attack or won't join the attacks. That's all we have to do. Stay out of the conflict involving two other foreign nations and engage in diplomacy. Seems like a no-brainer.
Nope.
Yet too many people are succumbing to magical thinking about regime change.
It's not magical thinking. First of all, it was written in the Zohar. And believe me, the people that wrote that Zohar are a lot more intelligent than any of us on this planet. Trust me. No one is as intelligent as some of the people that were writing that. It's not magical thinking. This is the thing. Bobby, you know, he's a conservative. And some of these conservative, he's not a neocon, so he's a conservative non-neocon, right? So, you know, but a lot of a lot of these conservatives in the United States right now are afraid to do the right thing. They're pacifists. Same thing happened during World War II. There were many pacifists that were going on and didn't want to engage in the war. Same thing in World War I. There were pacifists even during the Civil War. There were pacifists during the Revolution. Now let's just assume that the pacifists won the day at those eras, those epochs. Let's say the pacifists won the day and decided not to engage the King of England. All right, we wouldn't have a country. We would be the Commonwealth of the British Empire. All right. All right, let's just say that they didn't win the day and we ended up getting to the Civil War era and the pacifists won the day. And the country would have been split between North and South. And maybe slavery would continue. Okay, let's assume that the pacifists didn't win the day and we get to World War I. And we didn't get engaged into the war. That we got engaged into late into the war. Perhaps England would have been taken over by Germany. Perhaps France would have been taken over by Germany. And now you have a German empire running Europe. All right, let's just say that the pacifists in the United States didn't win the day, and now we're in World War II. They didn't win the day for World War I era, but now we're in World War II. And the pacifists are saying, don't go into the war. Don't go into World War II. Nazi Germany would have been running the show in Europe. England would have fallen. Most likely, we wouldn't have had the hegemonic power in the Pacific. And we may have lost the West Coast to the Japanese. Very possible. But the pacifists think not engaging in a war is a good thing. No, there is a point in time where you have to. And the point I'm making here is that every time we decided to be a pacifist, it kicks the can down the road and makes it worse to the point where we have to engage. And if you just use a mind experiment and we didn't engage in these points in time that were really important, we wouldn't have the country that we have or the world that we have today. So no, it's not a no-brainer, Bobby. It's a lot more complicated. It's easy to be a pacifist. It's easier to be a pacifist, even on a conservative side or the liberal side. Most liberals are pacifists. Most conservatives are usually warmongering. But the thing is that there is a section of society during these epochs where the conservatives align with the liberals and are afraid to engage, afraid to try to solve the problem. Sometimes diplomacy doesn't work. So no, we're at a point in time right now where pacifism is not going to work. Because if we don't engage with taking a war footing on this and do regime change in Iran, they're going to get a nuclear weapon and it's going to change the whole dynamics of the Middle East. And MBS said that he will use Saudi Arabia's money and ramp up nuclear weapons. He's already stated that. So you have an arms race between Shia and Sunni. Good luck with that. So the point I'm making here is that we aren't smart enough to think that we know what is the best course of action. But there are people that have written down what's going to happen 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago. Esau is going to be decapitated. Esau is going to die. Period. And guess what? Esau can't die and be decapitated by being a pacifist. Now, I'm pretty sure that the authors of this text are a lot smarter than you, Robbie, or I put together.
They believe that if the U.S. helps Israel launch further attacks on Iran, the regime will crumble. Netanyahu has even suggested that Israel might target the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Trump has reportedly nixed that idea so far, thank goodness. Look, how many times must we learn this lesson?
Regime change with Iraq wasn't predicted in the Zohar. Regime change in Iran is. Now, guess what? Now, people will say, well, all right, if you have a regime change, it's not going to work because look at what happened in Libya, what happened in Iraq, and blah, 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 blah. All right. But when you're doing that with, CIA covert operations that are more in line with just the hegemonic power perspective of the United States, things can go awry. But something's different with this war between Jacob and Esau. Something different than the war that we had with Iraq. It's something even different than the war with Germany during World War I or World War II. This is something much different, something deeper. It's at the soul. It's at the soul level. Now, people would say, okay, if you decapitate the Ayatollah, okay, who's gonna fill the gap? Well, some people are saying the Shah. I think that is crazy. The descendants of the Shah. No. Let democracy flourish with the secular society of Iran. Iran's has a very robust and large secular society that wants democracy. Let that flourish. Let that flourish. Don't bring on the Shah to try to have some sort of short-term stability and legitimacy through some sort of, past. No. Constitution, have them have a democracy or a constitutional, preferably a constitutional republic. But let that flourish instead of bringing the Shah in. I think if the Shah is brought in, that's more CIA related, and you're gonna have problems. Then I'm aligning with Robbie on that one. But if you let it be organic, you kill the Ayatollah, you destroy the military apparatus, and you let democracy flourish in Iran, and you let Iran get plugged in early on into the global economy. So money's flowing in, and it stabilizes the country and allows it to flourish. The Iranian people are actually, everyone that I've known that it was Iranian, all right, secular Iranian, are very smart and very nice people, all right? They need an opportunity to be able to get out of the get out of the control of the theocratic regime that they're under. The United States can do that. So we can let democracy flourish in Iran, but we're also destroying the military capability, the military and nuclear capability of a theocracy. And this right here it's in the Zohar. Esau is going to die. So a pacifist, what you're saying, a pacifist knows more than some of the authors of the Zohar? A pacifist knows more? Is more intelligent? I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Overthrowing and killing the bad guys in the Middle East, that's the easy part. Replacing them with people who aren't even worse is hard. We learned this in Iraq. We learned it.
And that's true. And we went in under false pretenses. We're not going under false pretenses with this. Where was the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Iraq wasn't even involved in 9/11. It was false pretenses. Should Saddam Hussein get thrown out? Yeah. The thing is that we went into war with under false pretenses. This is not false pretenses. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But again, it goes back. Esau has to die.
Libya, Afghanistan was a disaster. Syria is so far so good, although the new leadership was formerly allied with ISIS and has indeed murdered dissidents all over the country. Keep in mind that the U.S. did not get overly involved in the Syrian revolution either, except by providing economic pressure in the form of sanctions. If anyone thinks that the U.S.-backed assassination of the Iranian supreme leader is going to lead to the creation of a pro-Western, secular, liberal democracy, I would ask you to have your head examined.
CarParts.com always delivers, and they carry quality parts. Now that's my speed.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Unfortunately, that ridiculous notion is believed by the bipartisan foreign policy establishment, the so-called experts in both parties, the people who brought you the Iraq war disaster. They are putting tremendous pressure on Trump to fall in line, do what they say, even though they've been proven wrong time and time again. And we will see if Trump holds the line. There's another dimension to this, Lindsay, that is emerging. I saw Representative Thomas Massey tweeting about this. You know, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, and I bring this point up frequently, and it's just often ignored. The president of the United States cannot unilaterally go to war with a country. It is, in fact, Congress's responsibility to declare war. So if war with Iran is such a good idea, let it be debated and discussed in Congress, and Congress can vote to declare war on Iran, and then we can join Israel in its efforts if that's what our elected representatives think is wise. I don't think that's the right course of action, but if we're going to do that, it must be done properly, according to our Constitution. The president, not just Trump, any president cannot unilaterally take us to war without congressional oversight and approval. It just is not the case. It has to be that way. So I hope, as we're inching closer to conflict, and Trump seems more and more willing to go along and get involved, I hope the role of Congress is not forgotten. I saw Thomas Massey making that point, and AOC, one of the most far-right.
All right, there's breaking news by CNBC. Trump threatens Iran's leader, demands unconditional surrender.
Far-left people agreeing that Congress must assert itself here.
We don't need another war. There are very obvious diplomatic off-ramps right now on the table, but continuing the strike.
This is really? For decades, we've allowed Iran to inch closer and closer to a nuclear weapon. We will never have a president ever in our lifetime that will have the opportunity to be able to knock out the Ayatollah and to bring democracy, true democracy, to Iran than right now. You think Vance is going to do it? No. Think some other president's going to do it? No. And once they have the nuclear weapon, then what? What do you do? What do you do? Once Iran has a nuclear weapon, what does the United States do? The time to act is now. But it's always, if you just look back at American history, going all the way back to the revolution, you have people like this all over the place being a pacifist. They're all over the place. There are more pacifists than warmongers, actually.
Is going to kind of slam that option because Iran has a firm stance that if you keep bombing us and we keep being in the middle of what is looking like a war, we're not going to continue to negotiate. But they have voiced, even as recent as yesterday, that
the thing is should the theocratic regime of Iran be a legitimate government that saber rattles and is inching towards a nuclear weapon? And they were obviously funding proxy terrorists with the Houthis and through Hezbollah and Hamas. So are they really a good actor? Are they really a good agent of the region for peace? Of course not. Of course not. And I'm telling you, the Shias and the Sunnis, they get. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, you're going to have an arms race with nukes between Saudi Arabia and Iran. That doesn't seem like a good idea either.
they would like to continue speaking, just like they wanted to continue speaking 2 days ago on Sunday before they were attacked on Thursday. That was the plan.
Yeah, but they were trying to buy time. They're trying to buy time. See, what it is that they want to buy time, get it to the point where they have weapons grade. Maybe politically or economically, Trump won't be as powerful. Change the calculus a little bit. They always buy time. Are they really honest brokers of a peaceful deal to prevent destruction? And then not only that, why is the secular movement within Iran? They hate the regime. They're fearful of the regime. We would be doing them a favor by killing the Ayatollah. But a pacifist doesn't care. As long as your groceries are cheaper, as long as you're safe, as long as Susie and Johnny can go to soccer practice safely in middle America, as long as you can go and see a show during, on Broadway, why would you care about what's happening in Iran? That's the mentality of the pacifist.
And sometimes these talks take longer than we'd like. Now I hear
like For decades, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years? Really? Can you imagine using that as an argument? Well, we need to negotiate with Hitler. Well, it's going to take some time.
A lot of people on the right who are in favor of going to war with Iran, saying that, this is the time to strike. Iran is the weakest it's ever been. And there's a whole conversation about that perspective. But I don't think it's in our best interest. We didn't even, when we look at what Israel has done so far, they didn't even attack or affect the nuclear facilities, which is the main goal that they're going after. So killing the supreme leader, it's only assassination will only start a new war. It's certainly not going to.
How's it going to start a new war? The secular group in Iran wants to overthrow the Ayatollah and the theocratic regime, but they can't because they're oppressed. Now, I trust the Zohar more than I trust the pacifists, the intelligentsia, the pacifist intelligentsia of the East Coast establishment.
One. I think it's going to fire up, and not that they have the manpower to beat the U.S., but it's like, why would we want to engage with a country that's allied with China and Russia when we obviously are talking about the same thing in Russia right now, not wanting to engage with them in that way? So why would we engage with one of their allies this way? I think there's better diplomatic ways to solve it.
By aligning ourselves with the secular society in Iran, we would have better economic relations, and because we would have better economic relations with Iran, it would short circuit the relations with China. Oh, because a war is coming with China and the United States. But I'm sure the pacifists will just let Taiwan just get subsumed by China. That's a pacifist argument. Well, why protect Taiwan? You don't need to protect Taiwan. I'm telling you, never trust a pacifist.
I also know that 224 people in Iran have already been killed. 24 Israelis have already been killed, and 600 have already been injured. So the number has probably skyrocketed by the time that you're or anyone at home is watching this. It's past that. And so I just want to know what is on the line. If civilians don't want this, then why are people doing this? I also think, Trump has to be careful about the mixed messaging, because when diplomacy is put out there by another country, there's Oman, Qatar, they're all asking for, a peaceful resolution to figure out how to continue to have talks. And Trump is saying, yeah, that's a good idea, and saying some of that. But then he's at G7 yesterday, and he's refusing to sign a de-escalation agreement that the rest of the countries there were asking him to sign. And so that would be a very obvious stance to say, of course, Israel's our ally. Of course, we support Israel, but we don't think this is a good idea. And like Trump is the poster child for being allowed to disagree with other leaders, even within his own party. He does that very publicly. So I don't know why we're tiptoeing around something that he even campaigned on not being a good idea.
I agree fully. I think that people are, again, duping themselves into a kind of, they'll greet us as liberators mindset. The regime is ready to fall. That might be the case that the regime is ready to fall. I can't tell. But who knows that it's going to be replaced by something that's better. That has been our experience in the Middle East, is replacing bad regimes with worse regimes. Now, maybe you can say you can't do worse than what they.
The thing is that we went into those countries under false pretenses. If he's using Iraq as an example, we went in there under false pretenses. This Iranian thing is totally different. Totally different. First of all, the Iranians are smart. The Iraqis, not so much. All right? The Iranians having a nuclear weapon and the home of Shia Islam. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea at all. At all. It's totally different. It's a different case, Robbie. And not only that, it's written in the Zohar that Esau has to die.
I guess that could be possible, but these authoritarians.
See, what it is that Ishmael is represented by Saudi Arabia. And it states that Ishmael and Jacob are going to work together with the ones that repent that are from the soul root of Esau to kill the negative soul root of Esau. And the negative soul root of Esau from the lens of the international community is Iran, Iran's theocratic regime, the Ayatollah. And when that happens, peace will start to ensue in the Middle East, and it's going to flourish and be a major tech and economic hub of the world that will probably eclipse Silicon Valley.
These extremists have proven to be more stable in this part of the world than we would like or expect. And I just don't know how many more times we need to learn this lesson. It seems like the same people who got Iraq so wrong are painting the exact same portrait of the situation in Iran, and with no acknowledgement that they were catastrophically wrong the last time. And I don't trust them. I don't know what credibility they have to assert that it is a good idea to start, indiscriminately bombing Iran, hoping to topple the regime, and that somehow we're going to come out ahead in all this. I just don't find that very plausible. And I think diplomacy is an avenue we have not yet exhausted and should pursue.
We're going to be talking about this a lot more. Trump is suggesting that the G7 welcome back Russia into the fold, the pushback he's getting from his own.
I think we've exhausted diplomacy for the last 40 years with Iran. I think it's time to knock them out. That's my take. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Get the max 35, which is 35 parts per million, or the max 14, which is 14 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and swallow. What this does is improves your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, helps with the mucosal barrier and the health of the epithelial lining. That's very important for your immune system. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose once you start to feel better. Now, I've been taking max 35 or max 14 for five years. 5 years, every day. Every day. Okay. Let's talk about Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula, it has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. It helps you to get into the cycles of sleep that you need to have deep sleep and REM cycle sleep, so you can consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and be well rested. By having a good sleep every night, you're slowing down the aging process. Super important. So please go to my store, take the Goodnight Formula every night, get that proper sleep, slow down the aging process. And omega-3. Omega-3 will help to prevent your red blood cells from overclotting. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. And omega-3 helps to control your lipid profile, helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. And when you do that, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. So please go to my store and get the omega-3. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that, it's just pick the passive route, the pacifist route, just like how the economists work. They want no tariff. Don't do the tariffs policy. Don't try to bring back manufacturing. Just continue on the path of globalization. Just keep on going. So it's almost like they don't want to cause resistance with the path. And the same people when it comes to international affairs with Iran. The same path. The path is don't intervene. Don't truly prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. But the moment they have a nuclear weapon, it's going to change the power dynamic. And MBS is going to have an arms race with nuclear weapons with Iran. That's how it's going to play out. And these people have a lot of money. All right. And this region has deep-seated problems when it comes to religion. All right. And then take a look at what's happening with Pakistan and India. All right. Our national security failed miserably to allow for that to happen. to have India and Pakistan as nuclear powers. So now you're going to have that whole region now, India, Pakistan, Iran, Israel, and Saudi Arabia go nuclear? Not a good idea. Not a good idea. But a pacifist would allow that to happen. Okay. Let's see what other news is happening here. Yeah, let's go to CNN.
Icon tools complete every repair without giving an inch. Only at Harbor Freight.
Save a event is going on now at Raymore and Flanagan.
Moments ago, this post on Truth Social, perhaps the key line is the first sentence. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. And he seems to say American equipment is overcoming Iranian defenses. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. First and foremost, what do we make of that post? And just before we came on the air, the president put it up there about we having control of the skies over Iran.
Dana, that word is the central point there. We, of course, joining the longtime ally of the U.S., Israel, but using that construction, we certainly implies that the United States is working in a partnership, in cooperation with Israel. And now this is the most declarative thing that the president has said yet about the question that is hanging over this entire debate here at the White House. The president, of course, flying back overnight to Washington from the meeting of the G7 leaders in Canada. He believed that this was an urgent moment that he needed to be back here for. Just a few moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived here at the White House. So we do believe that there will be that meeting convening at some point in the Situation Room. But again, the central question, how directly will the U.S. be involved in ferreting out and perhaps destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities? That is really a central question, not only for the Trump foreign policy, but certainly for the world. And this is something that the president, when he was being sworn into office on Inauguration Day, he talked about being a peacemaker. He talked about ending long wars. Of course, that has been the anthem of his really last 10 years in American political life here. But by saying we, that clearly is implicit there. But he's also responding to the vice president, to J.D. Vance, who offered some commentary just a short time ago as well, pushing back against this growing divide inside the MAGA movement. Some supporters of the president believe the U.S. should not be involved at all. And a very interesting window into part of the administration's thinking coming from Vice President Vance. Let's read a part of it together. He says this, speaking of the president, he may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. The vice president goes on to say, and of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Well, boy, Dana, there is a lot packed into that. Of course, 25 years would include the Bush administration and beyond. And this is the central question facing this president now. Is he going to engage and get the United States engaged in a wider war? Or is he going to essentially watch from the sidelines with perhaps a bit of help? But we do believe that those decisions will be made in the coming hours, beginning with a meeting in the Situation Room at some point this afternoon.
Before I let you go, Jeff, I just want to underscore, because a lot has happened like in the last 10 minutes. But I want to underscore that last point that you made. And that is that the Vice President of the United States is not only speaking for the White House here, but he's clearly speaking to the president's MAGA supporters who are really pushing him not to get involved because they're saying, remember, you're an America First guy. And it is Vance who has historically been one of the leading voices opposed to the U.S. getting involved in foreign conflicts. It really was a remarkable, lengthy post that he put out for many reasons, but especially the internal GOP politics.
It certainly was. I mean, in one hand, it's sending a message to the dissenters out there, Tucker Carlson and others who've been critical of the president, and just the idea that the United States would deepen its engagement. So the vice president basically told them to pipe down, and they should follow and trust the president. But Dana, also speaking potentially to divisions inside this own administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, has been much less of a disciple of the American First agenda, at least by brand. So it's very interesting that the vice president decided to put out that very lengthy statement before there is really a meeting or before there is a decision. But certainly, I'm told it's designed to quiet the outside dissenters. But even more, he, of course, has a seat at the table here. It's to perhaps push the president in one direction as well. Dana?
Yeah, a really, really fascinating turn of events in the last few minutes. Jeff, thank you so much for reporting it and making sense of it for us. And we have a terrific group of reporters here at the table to continue doing just that. CNN's Stephen Collinson, CNN's MJ Lee, Tyler Pager of the New York Times, and CNN's Lauren Fox. I just want to pick up where I just left off, Stephen, with Jeff. And I would even, perhaps go a step further, which is that not only is Vance sending a message to MAGA world, to Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, we'll hear some of what they have been saying in the last 24 hours in a second, but also maybe laying the groundwork for what's to come. Like he knows what's to come, and that's why he's sending that message now.
Certainly, and I think Jeff is right. This is a message to the MAGA world, but it's also a message to Trump and his political conscience. He's saying effectively, you can go ahead and still be compatible with everything you stood for. Remember in 2016 campaign, the moment that the president took down Jeb Bush, it was over the Iraq war. He said it was a big fat mistake. You got sucked into a war that was a forever war that didn't end. It's hard to say how, it's so endemic to Trump's appeal. When you talk to people at Trump rallies, the idea that those days are gone. Yet Trump, if he goes ahead, we don't know how it's going to end up. It could start with shock and awe. It will have all sorts of reverberations. He becomes the interventionist that he always decried. And that's why there's so many splits right now in the Republican Party and the MAGA movement.
And one of the most interesting sentences from that long statement we saw from the vice president, I thought, was where he said he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. I mean, Dana, that is not an outright rejection of the use of the American military. It actually sure sounds like he is priming the American public for the possibility of the U.S. getting directly involved. We're not saying that we know for sure this is going to happen, but all of the body language that we are seeing from this lengthy statement certainly suggests that this possibility is very much out there. I mean, you couple that with President Trump suddenly deciding to cut short a foreign trip, and a lot of signs are headed in that direction. I will just say one reason that I think this just is so remarkable, the possibility, the potential of this kind of intervention, is that
if he does this, if he goes in, knocks out the Ayatollah, destroys their military capability and the enrichment capability, nuclear enrichment capability, Trump is going to go down as one of the greatest presidents that the United States has ever had. And to be that, you got to take risks. Pacifists don't take risks. They never have. They never have. Leaders take risks.
President Trump, as a candidate and right before he was sworn in, was so determined to not have wars on his plate as he was getting sworn in. He didn't want the war in Ukraine. He certainly didn't want the conflict in Gaza. He didn't want this war to be fully blown out between Israel and Iran. And now here he is, a couple days in, with the fires being exchanged, seriously, apparently contemplating the possibility of the U.S., as Stephen said, becoming an interventionist country.
And Tyler, as I bring you in, because you cover the White House on a daily, minute-by-minute basis, I do want to bring back what we started with at the top of the hour, which is a brand new post from the president himself, where he said, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA.
Yeah, and I think this is part of this effort we've seen the president and his allies laying about how this fits into the America First policy. He's under fire from some critics, Tucker Carlson chief among them, and here we see him fashioning about how this is America First. I mean, the two things, MJ, just to add on to what you were saying.
I mean, even these people that are talking, they're either never served in the military or they don't even have any testosterone. All right? This guy that's talking, I mean, the guy doesn't, this guy doesn't even look like he can run up the hill with a gun. I mean, or drive a tank or something. I mean, the point I'm making is the intelligentsia has talked themselves into pacifism. And then all they do is they critique someone that is taking risks, trying to de-escalate a situation. There is such a thing as you have to escalate to de-escalate. All right, that is a truth. That sounds like an oxymoron, but the reality, that's true. If we allow for Iran to get nuclear weapons, it's going to change the power dynamic there, and we don't want that. And a nuclear Iran, and them giving oil to China when we have a problem with Taiwan. Just imagine if Iran had a nuclear weapon. All right. And we start engaging in a war with China, with Taiwan. Now, other countries within the Middle East, or maybe even in Europe, could be targets of Iranian missiles that are tipped with nuclear weapons. Are we dealing with a rational actor when we're dealing with a theocratic regime? Probably not. So it's best that they do not have a nuclear weapon. This is the reason why I'm saying leaders, true leaders, take risks. This intelligentsia, they talk themselves into pacifism. But on the other side of the spectrum, you have the intelligentsia that also talks themselves into war, too. So it's not all wars are good or all wars are bad. You got to look at the fine detail. Now, I think that we went into Iraq under false pretenses with this whole 9/11 issue that I don't want to talk about. But the thing is that going into Iran, that's not the same. It's not the same. It's like comparing apples and oranges. They're totally different cases and under different leadership. And I'll tell you, Trump has got, I don't know, an alignment of stars that is, Trump is a blessed person. He has a personality and demeanor that maybe some people don't like, and it's an acquired taste, I guess, but he's a blessed person for sure. Many of these many people that are the talking heads of the intelligentsia are not blessed people.
Not only did he not want these wars, his inaugural address was all about being a peacemaker, peace through strength. We've talked to sources who said he's very obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So it's not only remarkable that he doesn't want more conflict, it's that he's inserting the U.S. potentially into a greater conflict there. And I also think one of the things that's interesting, MJ, from the point that you just read of the vice president's statement, is that sounds a lot like former presidents justifying previous military actions, that actions overseas are in part to protect American interests, not just at home, but all around the world. And so it's just so interesting to see that language being used by two politicians who have made their name promising no forever wars, and promising not to engage in additional military conflict.
Right, especially, again, from J.D. Vance, who was effectively the ambassador because he has such credibility with that part of the Republican Party, the newer part of the Republican Party, as opposed to.
The problem is that the new part of the Republican Party that got Trump elected are pacifists. And I'm telling you, they're wrong on this. They're wrong on it. They're wrong on it. They kept on saying that Israel wasn't going to be able to sweep Gaza. They swept it. They didn't just mow the lawn. They completely decimated it. Hamas is not a problem anymore. Now, can there be missiles fired and soldiers shot? And yes, but they are no longer a major threat that they were 2 years ago. Hezbollah eliminated. The next one is going to be Iran. And everyone thought 2 years ago, everyone thought on October 7th that it was going to be the fall of Israel. And it's quite the opposite. You're actually seeing the fall of the Islamic terror being literally melted away. Now, do you think it's just the Israelis doing that? No, it's the help of the United States, but it's also with divine help. You think the Israel would be able to go this far, this much, and have minimal damage without God's blessing? I mean, the proof is just looking at the news. But you got the talking heads and you got the intelligentsia wanting to be a pacifist. Again, real leaders take risks.
If we didn't, in fact, make that decision to use these bunker-busting bombs, that cutting the power might do it. A sabotage mission to cut the power to these centrifuges, which spin at supersonic speeds. Should that be in our playbook?
Every possible approach to this problem is in our playbook, and many of them are obviously also in Israel's playbook. Everything from different forms of cyber attack to power interruption to proxy attack direct on the ground. All of those options are on the table. All of those options have been thoroughly studied, and all of those options would be available should we choose to use them.
As we spend time with retired General Frank McKenzie trying to figure out the way forward here, I wonder the questions that you're asking as well about how far Israel is planning to go here, General. Is there a scenario that we should be prepared for that would involve Israeli boots on the ground in Iran and a very different mission to support?
Joe, I can't see that under any circumstance. Iran's a large country with a population of over 90 million. I can't see any possible way that would involve an Israeli ground invasion of Iran. Just not going to happen. I see
it won't even
some
be a US
scenarios
ground,
perhaps where the
but it doesn't
Israelis
need to
believe
be.
they can knock out the existing government. You're dealing with what is essentially a failed state, a dysfunctional entity, and in some ways that may be better than a state that isn't failing, but that has malevolent intent not only against Israel but against all of its neighbors. It would not be a good scenario for the people of Iran, who will be denied basic services for food, for medicine, for all the things.
All right. So to prove my point here, on what's going on, Trump is moving. Trump is moving. He is moving as a leader, and I'm proud of him. And all the pacifists are going to be proven wrong, just like they were proven wrong with Gaza, and just like they were proven wrong with Syria. All right. So this is breaking news. All right, from CNN. In a series of warnings, Trump says that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is and calls him an easy target. I'm telling you, they are going to kill him. And this was written in the Zohar 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago. And I've been saying this ever since October 7th of 2023. I've been saying that this was going to happen. Iran's going to fall, and it's going to be the battle between the soul roots between Jacob and Esau. And Esau is going to repent, and the repenting part of Esau is going to align with Jacob and Ishmael, and they are going to kill the negative soul root. And that's what's happening. And it's at a societal, it's at a country. A country has a soul root. The population of the country has a soul root. So the actual country has a soul root, right? And its leadership. Then the population, based on percentages, has a certain composition of soul roots. A little bit of Ishmael, a little bit of Jacob, some Esau. And then individuals have a soul root, all right? Now, most people in the United States have a soul root that's tied with Jacob, but it has some of it that's tied to Esau. Some actually have it tied to Ishmael, but most have it tied to Jacob. Now, the ones at the societal level, at the countrywide level, and at the individual level, the ones that have a soul root that's tied to Esau, they will have to, they feel internally a tug of war, like they need to repent, that they did something wrong. They're not aligned with Jacob and Ishmael. So they repent, they change their ways, and they become a better person. And they're more in line with this blessing that's happening with Ishmael and with Jacob. All right. Now, the reason why Ishmael and Jacob are aligning is that Ishmael is the brother of Isaac. And Isaac gave birth to, was the father of Jacob and Esau. All right. So it's the uncle that is helping the nephew to get rid of the negative part of Esau. Because the negative part of Esau is what the Satan is attached to. And Satan has to die for us to move into the new age. Well, if Satan's life force is negative Esau, you're giving Esau a chance, the positive side of Esau, before the great killing, to align with Jacob and Ishmael. And you see this manifest in our world, through the alignment between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the United States, and the fighting of Iran. And I've been saying this ever since October 7th. Now, the thing that I don't understand, I said that it should have taken place already, is the slaughtering of the red heifer. The slaughtering of the red heifer should have taken place already. Now, maybe it has, and no one's talking about it. But I am shocked that one of the red heifers have not been slaughtered by now. Now, can it be slaughtered? Supposedly, there's 3 that are still kosher to be able to be slaughtered. They're ritually pure enough to be slaughtered. But if they keep on waiting, that can't happen, and you need those ashes to purify the people and the vessels to build the temple. It has to happen. If you don't have the red heifer, it can't happen. So something's weird going on in Israel. Why that hasn't happened? That's the only part of the equation that I've been wrong on. Why the red heifers haven't been slaughtered. But everything else I've been right on. I'm telling you. All right, so now let's get back to the pragmatic aspect of this. The oil markets are moving upward here. It's trading at 72.59 right now. And we are going to be retesting that 72.95 resistance level. I suspect that we break the resistance level and start trading at $73 or $74 a barrel, especially with what Trump's saying. So I think Trump's going to be doing an attack at night in that region. And I would say that after 9 o'clock Jerusalem time, and Jerusalem time in right now is 8:22. So I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we hear something happen at around after 10 p.m. Middle Eastern time.
National Security Team in Washington to discuss the escalating Middle East conflict. Full details coming up right here on Balance of Power. Equities lower across the board with the S&P now down 31 points at 6,001. Drop there of 0.5%. The Dow is down 171, decline of 0.4%. On NASDAQ, the composite index down 116, a drop right now of 0.6%. 10-year at 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. Gold up $3.50 the ounce, up 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.4%, 74.18 right now per barrel of WTI. And a big drop in Bitcoin, down 4.7% now at 103,755 on Bitcoin. And Adobe has released a standalone Firefly mobile app for Android and iOS in an attempt to put a larger spotlight on its artificial intelligence-powered image generation and editing tools. Adobe shares, they are trading lower, down now by 4%. And San Francisco-based Salesforce increasing the price for many products, becoming the latest software maker to adjust its cost structure as it integrates artificial intelligence. Salesforce.com up now by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, it's another one of those days, and good to have Charlie Pellet, as always, with his hands on the markets here. We'll get back to Charlie in a bit. Watching the Tuesday trade evolve with the news here from Washington. Bloomberg News can now confirm the President of the United States set to meet with the national security team here to talk about what next in the Middle East. We've had a flurry of Truth Social posts from President Trump, and as we were just discussing with retired General Frank McKenzie, a big decision here in the offing, and it could come today based on everything that we are hearing about what should be the U.S. policy when it comes to offensive military action against Iran. The president calling for unconditional surrender in one Truth Social post, going even further, if you were with us on Bloomberg, to say we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding, adding that we're not going to take him out, at least not for now. The pressure campaign is ratcheting up here as we get closer to a decision that could lead to either U.S. military action or some sort of deal, if we're still allowing for that. We assembled our political panel now. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us.
That's what
Rick
he has
is
to
our
do.
Republican
He has to
strategist
kill the
partner at Stone
Ayatollah.
Court Capital. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, you spent enough time at the White House and in skiffs across Washington to have a sense of what this is like inside the sit room, inside the West Wing right now. Give us a sense of the conversations that are being had, the options the president is hearing, and from whom.
Yeah, well, the Joint Chiefs' job is to advise the president and give him military options, obviously orchestrated by his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. So they are there along with the national security team, both inside the White House and other members in the cabinet. And that is exactly, Joe, what you described they're doing. They're going through various scenarios, to tell the president what.
Tell me, Rick Davis, something I don't know. Really? From Stone Court Capital? Tell me something I don't know. All right? Of course, he's discussing options in the Situation Room. I mean, what the fuck? And people give this guy money to manage? Fucking A. It's really simple. Trump needs to destroy the theocratic regime in Iran. Very simple. Destroy its nuclear capability and walk away. Just walk away. It's that simple.
Well, what's going to happen with the power vacuum?
You know what? The secular society will figure it out. They want democracy. The reason why they don't have democracy is because the theocratic regime was using its military to suppress its citizens. When you knock out the military and the regime has fallen and the leader's dead, guess what? You're going to have democracy.
Among a group of Republicans on Capitol Hill who are demanding that Congress be involved in this decision. The president obviously has great authority when it comes to dealing with our own national security, when it comes to the immediacy of whether or not to strike. But if we're talking about a longer term commitment here, when does Congress get the call?
Well, so far, they have not been very active. You mentioned Tom Massey, who is joined by strange bedfellows like Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who have indicated they would sign on to this resolution. And then, of course, in the Senate, you have Tim Kaine, who is promising to bring other Democrats along. It'll be curious to see if any of the more right-wing MAGA folks go along with him. So we're going to see strange bedfellows. And I think from the president's perspective, and you can see this, I think, in the truths from today, he would think best case scenario is that he compels Iran to give up, come to the negotiating table, and he doesn't have to make this very tough decision. Because for him politically, this is a very fraught moment. He has told people two things that simply do not reconcile together. One, I am Israel's best ally. America will continue to support it. Number two, we are out of foreign wars. I am heading for a Nobel Peace Prize. We are going to be America first. Those two promises are irreconcilable, and he is being called to the mat on those by those on the MAGA right, which is why you're seeing the...
Wait. What if killing the Ayatollah and democracy flourishes within 2 years in Iran, and there's peace in the Middle East? I think that maybe he would win the Nobel Peace Prize. What if? Just what if? And I'm telling you, Trump is a blessed person. I wish I had the blessings of Trump. I mean, I'm sure you wish you had the blessings of Trump. The guy is blessed. I'm telling you, all he's got to do is don't be fearful, move forward, execute, and he'll win. Don't be fearful.
His role in all of this, how long does Donald Trump have to act independently before lawmakers need to have a say?
Well, I think that historically presidents have been given long lead time. Throughout the ages, presidents have been able to act in an offensive fashion. Bill Clinton intervened in the Bosnia War without permission from Congress. You go back to presidents like Nixon and others. So there's a lot of history to giving the president of the United States flexibility, especially in urgent situations such as this, right? This does not correspond with a debate in Congress that could last weeks. This is a moment in time. U.S. needs to act, and the president, I think, will be given plenty of leeway. Remember, too, there are a lot of bipartisan support for hemming in Iran. This is not just a Republican idea. A lot of hawks in the Democratic Party see this as an opportunity to finally rid the Middle East of the biggest troublemaker that we've...
Yeah, no shit, Rick. All right, the equity market is below 6,000 now. So it's at 5,995. VIX is starting to spike up to 21.02. The Euro USD is still trading at 115. Oil is starting to tick up. It's at $72.54 a barrel. BITO is trading 20.80. And the Japanese yen is 145. So dollar is slightly gaining, slightly. It's 8:31 p.m. in Jerusalem. So it's a little too early to do a strike if they want to strike at night. If the United States want to strike at night, I would think they're going to strike after 10 p.m. And then I would say, let's take a look at what Bitcoin's trading at. Bitcoin's trading at 103.8. So 103,859. So there's markets are starting to price in some risk with what Trump's saying.
Nuclear weapons. The challenge for him is he blew up the deal in 2018 that would have left us in a much better position than we are right now. And now he's got to make a tough decision. Yes, he hopes that Iran completely capitulates, completely surrenders. But you talk to Iran experts and they say, how can Iran do that at this point? In the future, they might. But at this point, how can they? Number one, they have lost faith in the president of the United States, Donald Trump, because they don't feel like he was being completely open and honest with them about the negotiations that were occurring. And so that's something he's going to have to overcome if he really wants a substantive negotiation with them.
Iran was trying to buy time. They weren't willing to deal. They weren't willing to deal. They had 60 days and they did nothing. Nothing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Except spin uranium in a centrifuge. And we're supposed to say that, well, we need to give them a little bit more time. No. No, it's done. It's done. The bullshit is over. The kicking the can down the road is already at the very end of the wall. You can't kick the can down anymore. It's done. Get the job done. Let the fireworks start flying.
Fighters and great negotiators. Based on the history of this conversation, why should the U.S. even take Iran seriously as a credible actor at a negotiating table?
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump is...
See, it's not so much Iran. It's the theocratic regime of Iran that's the issue. And that's where this is the problem. It's the same issue with Russia. It's not so much Russia, it's Putin. All right? So Iran and Russia are totally different issues, but there's a similarity there. But we need to destroy the theocratic regime. We need to destroy their capability of having nuclear weapons. And we need to help them economically, the Iranian people, the secular part of the society, to be plugged in economically so they can have a flourishing country and to be plugged into a growing, prosperous, and peaceful Middle East. This is in our reach. Like this year, we can do this. But you got people out there that are going, I want to be a pacifist. I want to just worry about myself in middle America. The same logic on why they didn't shut down the bioweapon labs. It's the same logic. The pacifists didn't want to shut down the bioweapon labs because they wanted someone else to do it. They want someone else to take the risks. They just want to live in their nice copacetic life. There's no fear, no care in the world. In their white picket fence life, they don't want to worry. They don't want to perturb anything. But the right action is to shut down the weapons labs around the world. No. It's easier to do tweets. It's easier to do posts. It's easier to just, complain about something. But there's a huge capitulation. There's a huge pacifism that's taking place in the United States where they know what the problem is, but they don't shut it down. Well, here's another case. In Iran, they know the problem. They just don't want to shut it down. Well, maybe we can talk about it. Maybe we can talk about Barrick's lab and maybe these scientists will stop doing gain of function. Maybe. Dumb. You ever wonder why Dr. Barrick wasn't interviewed, heavily by Congress in public? You ever wonder about that? All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. This has a plethora of very important ingredients in the powder to help to slow down the aging process and to target certain systems. One system it targets is your brain function. It improves your brain function. It gets rid of that brain fog. It helps you to concentrate. It helps with you to sleep. It helps to target the heart and vascular system. It helps with strength, helps you to build strength, helps rev up the metabolism and your energy levels. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Take a scooper a day for your breakfast or for your lunch. You'll lose weight. You're going to have a steady energy throughout the whole day, and you're going to have more vitality, and you're going to want to work out. You're going to want to be more active. And that's a great thing, instead of being sluggish. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Take it every day. And what you're going to notice is that you're going to be losing weight safely, right? You're going to get more muscle. You're going to have more energy. You're going to have a better vascular system, and you're going to have a better brain, brain function. Other supplements that are very important to take are the digestive enzyme complex. This helps to reduce the load on the pancreas. Super important to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. If you're 40 years of age or older, you need to take digestive enzyme complex. Why? Because when you get older, your pancreas doesn't work as much. It doesn't work as well as when it was younger. I don't care how healthy, how fit you are. Everyone's pancreas starts to age, all right? So it's really important to lessen the load. So the digestive enzyme complex helps to break up the carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Super important. It also has bromelain in it, and bromelain is a enzyme that'll help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic, and digestive enzyme complex has proteolytic enzymes. Super important for glycoproteins. Remember glycoproteins back in 2020? Resveratrol. Resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. I'm in my 50s, and I'm older than Alex Jones. Older than Alex Jones. Maybe you should be following my protocol. Take resveratrol. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy. It's going to help with youthful gene expression, and it gets rid of senescent cells. Senesced cells are cells that just sit there because they just stop dividing and collect garbage. Well, you want to get rid of those. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack it with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. Those are really good. That's a really good stack. Let's talk about clarity factor for a second. Clarity factor gets rid of brain fog. It allows you to concentrate, gets those neurons firing. And when you have good neurons firing and you learn new things, right, you're going to get positive neuroplasticity. That means that your dendritic connections are going to improve, and you're going to think faster, and you're going to have better memory. Super important. Especially when you start to age, you start to have these dendritic connections start to recede. And when that happens, your memory starts to fade, and you start to slow down in your speech and slow down in your thinking. Well, you can reverse that by creating a microenvironment through proper supplementation, right? And getting better blood flow and doing exercises, cardio, balancing, right? Stretching exercises, resistance training, those all activate different types of neurons. And learning new things, talking to people, having a better outlook on life, staying away from computer screens. I should stay away from computer screens, and read and write, talk to people. These are all positive, holistic approaches to improve that positive neuroplasticity. You do that on a regular basis, you're gonna slow down that aging process for your brain function. So please go to my store, get the Clarity Factor. It's really powerful stuff. Take it every day, gets rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be able to sleep better. And guess what? When you have better neuroplasticity, you're going to go into your geriatric years with better brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, oil is trading at $72.75 right now. And VIX is trading at 20.79. So there's a little bit of risk going on in the market now, starting to increase based on what Trump has been saying. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Ever in a refresh of its travel-focused platinum cards. American Express down 0.3%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Lots going on. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
You said it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Charlie Pellet, live from New York, watching Wall Street as headlines fly from Washington. And we're seeing another from Iranian state media here. Strong successive explosions heard in western Tehran, knowing that the volley continues here. We did see another round of ballistic missiles sent by Iran toward Israel. They appear to have all been intercepted. There may be something going back in the other direction. As we keep tabs on what's happening at the White House, President Trump today meeting with his national security team. It appears they are back behind closed doors now to figure out the next leg in the U.S. policy here in dealing with Israel and Iran. Now on day 5 of the back and forth. We'll have much more on this later in the program and on the late edition of Balance of Power. President could speak today. If he does, you'll hear him live on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Successive.
We're very excited about the latest addition to the Bloomberg TV lineup here. Shidali Basic, program called Bullish. And today is the debut. She's with us now live from New York with her first guest, someone you may have heard of. And in fact, with regard to this program, one of the most prolific political donors in the U.S. and in the world. Shidali joins us now from World Headquarters in New York. Your sit down with Ken Griffin was fascinating. What'd you learn?
I appreciate it, Joe. And of course, because of you in particular, I've been diving way deep into the world of political financing. It was a wide-ranging interview with Ken Griffin, but one thing that did surprise me when I spoke to him is I asked about the mark he would leave on the Republican Party. Let's take a quick listen to what he had to say. When you think about your political giving, when you think about the have and the market.
Now that I use Monday service,
what's most
AI
important
makes
to you?
selling tickets my
Well,
form
I
of
think you need to
meditation.
think about
Monday
the
service is a
argument,
ticketing.
like, my 20s, I gave my time
to Moscow.
I didn't have.
All right, this is Al Jazeera right here.
Israel having tremendous freedom of action over Tehran, but the delay, for President Trump is, I think he really wants a better nuclear deal. He's had that aspiration in the first, and he withdrew from the Obama agreement and said there was a better deal in the offing, and over the several years since, one has not materialized. So he may think he can take advantage of the Israeli coercive strikes, to bring Iran back to the negotiating table. Okay, fine, but to the conservatives on the Hill that now refer for, as Trita said, regime collapse. And so in that respect, a prospective second nuclear deal could be seen as offering, the Ayatollah a lifeline. So we're at this point where whatever choice Trump makes, there's potential strategic gains, but there's also political risk.
Trita, from family experience the impacts of an authoritarian regime in Iran. You moved from the country at the age of 4 to Sweden, I think it wasn't it, to escape political repression. What is your sense of reality on the ground in Iran today, the sentiment for change, for a change of leadership?
Let me first just add one other point where I may differ a little bit with PJ and Neil, is that I do think that the Iranian ability to strike Israel has actually deeply surprised the Israelis. And there's a key reason as to why they so quickly turned to Trump and said, despite the fact that we asked you to give us the green light, that we would be able to do it, why don't you step in and help us? Because we have seen, and I have to say, though, there's a lot of images that are not coming out because of censorship in Israel, particularly over the last 24 hours. So I think there has been a bit of a shock on the Israeli side, the extent to which the Iranian missiles are getting through their air defense system, the extent to which it's degrading those systems. It's not to say that the Iranians have superiority or anything like that, but this is not the same type of a war that Israel has conducted in which it is bombing children in refugee tents. This is something that is actually striking back and is inflicting a cost on the Israelis. In regards to the situation inside of Iran, the regime is tremendously unpopular, and it has been particularly unpopular in the last 2-3 years because of the protests after they killed Mahsa Amini. But we are seeing a significant rallying around the flag moment right now inside the country. And I want to emphasize rallying around the flag, not rallying around the regime. It's a big difference, similar to what happened in Israel after October 7th. There was a rallying around the flag, not a rallying around Netanyahu. I would see that there's some parallels there. I'm personally a bit surprised by the extent and the strength of it, precisely because the regime has been so unpopular. And I think what explains it is the manner in which the Israelis have so indiscriminately bombed the country, bombed apartment buildings, city centers, hospitals, and also, which for some reason has not been particularly reported, the Israelis themselves mentioned that they had set off 5 car bombs in Tehran 2 days ago. If the Iranians had a team of intelligence officers in Tel Aviv that set off car bombs, we would rightfully call that terrorism. But in this case, we're hardly talking about it at all.
Yeah, interesting. Niall, another important factor in all of this, of course, is the economic implications of this spiraling, and that's something that Trump would have to take into account.
Oh, very much so. And I think this gets to actually the bigger picture here, Nick, which is, you know, we're having, if I may say so, a very intelligent, nuanced discussion here. But at risk of stating the obvious, Donald Trump is not a guy who's poring over think tank reports or white papers or really looking in minute detail at the world at large. He's someone who has instincts, which are certainly pro-Israel, has ego, has a desire to do what is favorable to him in a particular moment, much more so than a previous generation of Republican politicians, some of whom who really wanted to remake the wider world and remake the Middle East in particular. I don't think that's really how Trump thinks or operates. And I mention that because, to your point, detrimental economic impacts on the United States in terms of, for example, an increase in the price of oil, the potential for that to slow economic growth, spark or spike inflation, all of those things, I suspect, play just as heavily, if not more heavily, on Trump's mind than some grand scheme. This isn't, you know, Paul Wolfowitz or Donald Rumsfeld we're talking about here. This is a guy who just wants things to go his way in whatever way he views it that day.
That's the thing, PJ, isn't it? We always have to factor in, well, the Trump factor, don't we? His unpredictability, his vanity.
Oh, for sure. And here again, you've got two choices. You've got the Wall Street Journal inspired term taco. Trump always chickens out. So what will he do in terms of the choice that confronts him and entering directly into the conflict, which is something I think his instincts would tell him to avoid. And then secondly, Trump the deal maker. I actually think that is more honestly Trump, and he would be willing to take the deal and take the opprobrium that might go with it. But Niall's point about the economics is pivotal here. And it gets back to the point about regime collapse that Trita mentioned. We're in a situation where Israel and Iran are trading blows. But if the Iranians feel that their regime is in fact threatened, all bets are off from their standpoint. They will unleash the Houthis. They will begin to attack U.S. forces in the region, and there, the price of oil will spike, and then all of a sudden, you're into a very different economic situation that Trump may feel he's unable to control. So I think he wants to be seen as being a pivotal part of however this is resolved. And my instinct is that some sort of a deal, a ceasefire, and then a restoration of the negotiations is something. At the end of the day, that's the point he'll arrive at.
Trita, what do you make of that? There is that danger, isn't there? As soon as Iran sees Israel as this existential threat to the survival of the governing regime in Iran, it's likely to respond on just all fronts, isn't it?
I think that moment will come when the U.S. enters the war. I think once there is a situation in which there is no longer any deniability that the U.S. is fully involved, there is deniability now. At that point, I think that the Iranians will likely go all out. And I think one important thing to understand here, the manner in which Trump has conducted himself in the last week, which we've seen a very significant change, has eliminated any trust or confidence the Iranians may have in him in terms of any offer he gives. What I'm trying to say here is, even if there's a demand for capitulation, I don't think the Iranians would accept it in general, but even if they wanted to, they are not going to trust it, because they don't think that Trump will hold up his end of the bargain of that capitulation. And as a result, capitulation ends up becoming a no option for them, which means that if the US enters the war, the Iranians are likely going to go all out. And that means targeting American bases with not these long-term missiles, the long-distance missiles that they have, that they're targeting Israel with, but short and medium distance missiles, which they have a much, much larger arsenal of, as well as targeting trade in the Persian Gulf, potentially bases in the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, etc. So it will lead to a regional war, which is precisely why so many of the regional countries are so worried about this situation. And it is one of the countries that could potentially get to Trump right now and end this would be Saudi Arabia. And I'm not sure whether they have tried or whether they have tried and failed.
I was going to come on to that, the regional implications on this. Now, what are your thoughts on what Tricia has just said and the impact that regional countries could have on this outcome?
It really could have an impact. Now, I would about Trita's knowledge about the broader dynamics there in terms of nations like Saudi Arabia, which obviously have a rivalry with Iran, but also their own economic interests in the whole region not going up in flames. It doesn't seem to me from this distance that any of those nations are exactly rushing to Iran's aid right now, but I certainly take the point that they have self-interest in the situation not going completely off the rails. And part of the question, of course, is whether they can prevail upon Trump, because some of those nations, not least Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and to some extent the UAE, a lot of these places have business relationships, at least with the Trump family. He has been really quite kind, if you want to use that word, in his rhetoric toward them. So is there some avenue in that regard toward at least a ceasefire, if not a complete settlement? Maybe, but that's as far as I would go to say maybe.
Yeah, PJ, what do you think? If there is a ceasefire, if there is a proposal on the table, do you think the Israeli assault would end if Iran agreed to strict curbs, greater curbs than we have had already on its nuclear program?
Well, this is the dilemma posed by Benjamin Netanyahu. He has had a good 20 months after having a devastating moment in October, 2023, but he has chosen at each fork in the road to expand the conflict, to push off an inevitable day of political reckoning that is coming for him. And so yet again,
feeling like there's never enough time in the day, the last thing you want to do is waste it at a dealership.
Now, into Iran, he's going to be governed by his own political calculations, and they are very different than Donald Trump's. He will get to, as to how this ends, Benjamin Netanyahu will have perhaps the most decisive vote.
Finally, Trita, your view, your instinct, what's your sense of which way this is likely to go?
I think at this point, there may either be direct strikes by the United States, I would put that at 75%, or there may be a meeting first in which the Trump administration will try to get the Iranians to capitulate entirely. And I think the Iranians will refuse to do so because they don't buy. First, they don't see themselves in that situation, but also they don't see that Trump would actually hold up his end of the bargain. They think that the Israelis will try to do everything they can, that once the nuclear program is eliminated, they're going to go after the missile program. After the missile program, there will be something else, and eventually more or less destroy the country, similar to what the Israelis currently are doing in Syria. So capitulation, I just don't think is an option for them. And as a result, I think the likelihood of a military confrontation, unless Trump changes his mind in the last minute, is where we're heading right now.
Same question to both of you, very briefly, if you would, 30 seconds each. Niall, first of all, what's your sense of where this is going?
Going in a bad direction overall. I think that the saving grace in a way might be the topic that we've spoken about previously here, the potential for a wider conflict in the Middle East to negatively impact the United States at home. I think that's what Trump cares about. I think he cares about it because it affects his fortunes politically and otherwise. And so that would be the one escape valve that I see in this situation.
Okay, and finally, PJ, what are your thoughts finally?
I agree with Trita that Trump will make an offer to the Iranians that they will refuse, and then I think it's anybody's guess. But I I think it's not a foregone conclusion that Trump will enter the campaign because this goes so egregiously against how he has defined himself over the last decade.
Well, it certainly feels like we're at the fork in the road, as you say, so it'd be fascinating to see which route is taken. Gents, we're going to leave it there. Thanks very much. Trita Parsi, PJ Crowley, and Niall Sturridge. Appreciate it. Thanks very much. And thanks for watching. You can see the program again anytime just by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. You can get it in cherry for the drops, blueberry, and honey and lemon. The drops, you get 100 in each bag. And right when you start having an irritation for your throat, take them right away to mitigate the problem. Super important. I also have lozenges. They're larger. You get 21 in each bag. It's in elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household. Have them at work or have them at home. You never know when you need it. But once you have that irritation, take them right away to mitigate the problem, no matter what season it is. So please go to my store and get the lozenges and the drops. I have C60. C60, you can get it in an extra virgin olive oil, in MCT coconut oil, and in avocado oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to buy the higher ounce configuration. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift till supplies last. C60 will soak up free radicals, help with the mitochondrial health, reduce stress in the cell, and that will help your cells and your tissues to perform better. You'll have more energy in the cell and at the tissue level. Your organs will perform better, your glands will perform better, your endocrine system, your immune system will perform better, even your brain function. Why? Because soaking up free radicals at the neural level is going to reduce stress on the neuron. It's going to boost up the health of the mitochondria in the neuron, so you're going to have more ATP to create neurotransmitters. So when you have more neurotransmitters that can be transmitted, and you have that electrical signal shooting through the neurons, guess what? You're going to have better communication, and better communication will lead to positive neuroplasticity. So it's really important. And soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, super important, because by soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. And when you do that, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. So please go to my store, get the C60, take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, every day. I've been taking C60 every day since 2016. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's listen into Al Jazeera here.
Into the conflict. Israeli forces kill at least 89 Palestinians across Gaza, most of them while queuing for food. And we report on how Palestinians are risking their lives in northern Gaza in the hope of securing a bag of flour. US President Donald Trump is demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran as its 5-day conflict with Israel escalates. Trump's comments come after he urged Tehran's nearly 10 million residents to flee the capital as he left the G7 summit in Canada early to return to Washington. And posting on his social media platform Truth Social, Trump issued another warning saying, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff." Trump added that nobody does it better than the good old USA. Meanwhile, the US is sending more military aircraft to the Middle East. The Pentagon says it's also extending the presence of other warplanes already in the region. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the deployments are defensive in nature as the war rages between Israel and Iran. Bernard Smith is standing by for us in Jordan's capital, Amman. But first, let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. She is live in Washington, D.C. Kimberly, Trump saying something similar to Israel, to what Israel said about control of Iran's skies a few days ago, but really going further here.
There's no question that this suggests direct involvement, but the U.S. president has not spoken to the American people saying that the U.S. Forces are involved on an offensive mission. Instead, what the administration has acknowledged is that the United States is playing a defensive role, but the offensive mission is something that is likely under consideration. Right now, the U.S. president is meeting in the Situation Room of the White House. That is a classified setting with his national security team. Initially, we thought we would hear from the president following that, but the White House press office has since changed that and said we are unlikely to hear from the president today. But we do know that he is considering that option. The U.S. president making a number of posts on Truth Social saying that we have complete and total control of the skies in Iran, suggesting the U.S. is involved. But right now we assume that that means Israel, and the U.S. is, of course, supplying Israel with the equipment necessary to conduct those missions and does so at tune of billions annually. The U.S. president also saying that the United States knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding, and he says we are not going to take him out. However, he says our patience is wearing thin, presumably, and again, I'm sort of speculating here that the president means that there has been ample time for Iran to make a deal to limit its nuclear program, and they are now looking for, as the president said in all caps in another post, complete and unconditional surrender.
And Kimberly, given the kinds of things that Trump has been saying in the last few hours, but also the very confusing things that he was saying when he left the G7 summit early, it's perhaps unsurprising that the U.S. Congress is moving to make sure that he cannot act alone.
That's absolutely right. And that is an important aspect of the U.S. Constitution. And it was done so to ensure that there was a check on the president. In other words, we've said this many times in Al Jazeera, but the executive branch, the White House, and the legislative branch, the Congress, are co-equal branches of government. The president doesn't have supreme control over Congress. They are equal. So in other words, the U.S. president cannot unilaterally declare war or participation in any war. It must be conjunction with the U.S. Congress, and then the president could sign it into law after it's been debated and voted on. And that's exactly what Democratic senators in the Senate on Monday, as well as in the House of Representatives today, Tuesday, have put forward a resolution to do just that.
All right, for now, that is our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, with all the latest lines live in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Kimberly. And continuous loud explosions have been heard west of Iran's capital, Tehran. The capital, as well as the city of Isfahan, have been the latest targets. Iran says it can only return to diplomacy when Israel ends its attacks. Let's bring in one of our correspondents, Dorsa Jabari, who's covered Iran extensively for us. And Dorsa, those loud, continuous explosions that we are reporting come just a few hours after we heard from the Israeli military saying that they were going to target at least 10 more nuclear facilities in Tehran on Tuesday.
That's right. This is a continuation of what Israel says is one of the stated aims of this conflict, and that is to neutralize Iran's nuclear program, as well as Iran's ballistic missile program, which have been not easy tasks to achieve. But we have been hearing also in the last few hours that there has been another attack. The Israelis have launched a massive cyber attack on the country's digital infrastructure. According to Iranian officials, they have managed to repel most of it, but there is going to be huge ramifications of this already for the average Iranian. Now, Iran is a country of about 90 million people. About 80% of that population is online. So we're talking about 73 million people or so that rely on the internet for banking, and other things, that mainly transportation to get around places and to order basic necessities. This is now being disrupted. We understand that also the internet is operating at a very low speed. Now, this means the internet interruptions are also indications of what possibly could come in the next few hours. We've been speaking to analysts in the country that speculate that possibly Israel's trying to limit the population's access to information going into the fifth night of this conflict.
Which is extremely worrying given the attacks that we are seeing on the population, civilians being injured, Israel telling Iranians to evacuate when we know very well that they don't have evacuation shelters to go to. And we're also seeing, Dorsa, the injuries that are being sustained by civilians in Iran, and the Iranian health ministry canceling all doctors and nurses' leave so that they can be on duty.
Absolutely. Look, Iran is a country where people are not used to these kinds of conflicts. The last time Iranian society saw bombs drop across the country and the capital, Tehran, was in the 1980s during the war between Iran and Iraq. That war lasted for 8 years. It ended in 1988. And the entire new generation of Iranians now, this is completely foreign to them. So they are absolutely petrified, and rightfully so. There are no bomb shelters in Iran. The officials have been saying that they might use mosques, schools, and the metro system in the country, in Tehran, to be turned into bomb shelters, but that hasn't happened yet. So it is a very chaotic scene, and people are rightfully worried. And when we see images of the people injured, most of them are civilians, according to the health ministry. Now, over 200 people have been killed, hundreds of others injured. So it is understandable that the emergency response teams and doctors and nurses in the country would be really much relied upon, given what is happening across the country.
All right, that is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. Thank you very much, Dorsa. And Iran's senior military commander is calling on Israelis to leave the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv immediately.
The Iranian armed forces have inflicted heavy blows on the enemy by targeting sensitive and vital objectives. However, the operations carried out so far have merely been warnings aimed at deterrence. A punitive operation will be launched soon. Therefore, residents of the occupied territories, especially Tel Aviv and Haifa, are strongly warned to leave these areas to preserve their lives and not allow themselves to become victims of Netanyahu's animalistic ambitions.
Let's bring in our correspondent, Bernard Smith. He's joining us from Jordan's capital, Amman. He's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. And so we've got the Iranian military telling people in Haifa and Tel Aviv to evacuate, Bernard, and that follows the Iranian missile attacks that have taken place today. What do we know about the impact of those attacks, keeping in mind that there is a ban on local media reporting on attacks on what Israel considers sensitive areas?
Yeah, there were 8 missiles, according to the Israeli military, fired from Iran this afternoon. The most consequential, though, was early this morning, where about 30 missiles, according to the Israelis, were headed towards Israel. Most of them intercepted before they made landfall, before they hit their targets. But there were pictures of an area called Herzliya, where it appears parked buses were hit and are on fire. We don't know exactly what that area is, but the Iranian media is suggesting that this is some sort of secure installation or some sort of location related to the military. But because of wartime censorship in Israel, if it is an area like that, then it won't be reported, or we won't know exactly what it is. But the Israeli military, they say that they have now hit 200 missile launch sites in Iran, and they say they believe that Iran can't fire as many missiles as it wants to fire. And certainly, if you look at the numbers that have been fired over the last few days, they are reducing. On Saturday night into Sunday, there was over 200 missiles. Sunday night into Monday, it was 65. On Monday night into Tuesday morning, it was about 30. So the numbers are coming down. And the Israelis say that that is because they have degraded Iran's ability to fire ballistic missiles.
And Bernard, are they saying anything about the attacks? We've spoken about how there is that local media ban on attacks on sensitive sites, but are they talking about the damage that's caused, that's led, for example, to Israeli civilians having to leave their homes?
Well, yeah, at least 24 Israelis have been killed, according to the numbers from the Israeli medical services, and numbers of buildings will have to be destroyed, and 18,000 Israelis have filed for compensations because of damage to their property. So it gives you an indication that when, as we've seen, at least one of these missiles gets through, it causes considerable damage. I also need to mention that there's new lines coming from the Israeli Broadcasting Authority this evening about the suggestion that Iran wants to go back to the negotiating table. So the Israelis are saying the US has told the Israelis that Iran wants to stop now the fighting in preparation for a return to negotiations. But the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Ministry Chief of Staff, the Defense Minister are of the consensus that it is not permissible to stop the attacks at this stage. They say Iran would exploit this to consolidate or continue its nuclear program, rather. And the Israelis estimate that there are disagreements with the US administration, within the US administration, over whether or not to accept Iran's offer. And the Israelis believe that Donald Trump is satisfied with Israel's army's successes, and it does not want it to stop now. Also worth adding to that, the Israeli military says they need about a week to complete all the attacks they want to on the targets in Iran.
All right, that is Bernard Smith with all the latest lines from Israel. He's joining us live from Amman. Thank you very much, Bernard. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bishara. He's joining us live from Paris. Good to see you, Marwan. Do you see a U.S. position on Iran taking shape, or does it remain as changeable as...
All right. Please go to my Iran's underground enrichment facility that's not tons damaged. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will help to detoxify your body. It's going to remove heavy metals, chemicals, and toxins. It will bind to them and allow you to urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, do that daily to detoxify your body. It's important to detoxify your body so your endocrine system works better and your immune system works better and your tissues are healthier. And get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley also helps to detoxify your body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This has a large scooper. Take 1 scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or even a smoothie. Take it every day and bring down that inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So that's the end of the show. I've been broadcasting over 5 hours, and we're gonna have to wait it out, see what happens in the morning here, and tonight. And I'll tell you, it's I suspect that oil is going to spike here. All right, at the spot market right now for oil is at 73.10, and the 1 month future contract is over $74. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.